Good morning, everyone, and welcome to North Central Regional Championships here in Des Moines, Iowa. We've got Emily Dugan up here with her opener at 77.5. All right, let's go, Emily. Just taking her time, getting underneath that bar. You know, lifters have a whole minute here, so it's really important to just take it nice and easy and slow, and you don't rush that opening attempt here. Nice and pretty. Great opening attempt there for her. Lift is good for Emily. All right, we have Stephanie up next here with 87.5 kilos going on the bar here for her. All right, let's go, Stephanie. Man, these openers look good so far today. Everything's going nice and smooth. All right, we've got Angela Ferrante up next with 105 kilos on the bar here for her. All right, let's go, Angela. Come on, come on. No good lifts there for Angela. Upward and downward motion there for her. All right, we got Andriana Smith here with 112.5 kilos on the bar. This is a state record attempt. Come on. Two to one lift is good there for her. All right, we got Elise up next, 112.5 kilos for her. That's a good looking opener there for Elise. Lift is good for her. All right, we've got Amina up here coming with 120 kilos. If you guys are following along here, you can also follow along on liftingcast.com. You just have to find the North Central Regional meet, click it open, and you can follow along there as well if you aren't able to access the live stream. It's also a great tool to use if you're in the back room getting warmed up to see if you're in like flight B or flight C. It's a great tool to use as you're going through the day here to see where they're at without having to be in the actual meet room itself. All right, we're just readjusting the rack here. Down. We always want to make sure lifters are safe here, so we always encourage lifters adjust their rack height if they need to. Want to make sure that walkout is nice and stable, or the mono pick is nice and stable. Good looking opener there for her. Lift was good. All right, we got Regina Davidson here. We got 122.5 kilos going on the bar here for her. All right, let's go, Regina. Oh, that was a nice looking opener there. Lift is good. All right, we got Sierra Gribble up next. 130 kilos going on the bar here for Sierra. She is in the open 60 kilo class here. I think it's something important to note that today there is all women here competing today. Today is an all women day. We had a total of 60 women register for today, which is really cool. Nice and patient with that squat there. That lift is good. All right, we got Caitlin coming up here. She's squatting 140 kilos. Let's go, Caitlin. There we go, nice and steady there. I don't care.
Hey everyone, Brian here, the consummate co-host with Christy. Trying to get everything set up for the North Central WRPF Regionals here on the live stream.
All right, we've got Yashoda here. She's going for 77.5. We're on second attempts here now, so everybody's gone through and taken their first attempt of the day. Nerves are kind of like starting to stable out a little bit. Everybody can breathe if they're on the board. We're going for second attempts here now, so.
If you're not on the board, you have a panic attack. I've done that before.
Missing an opening squat never feels great.
I've literally, if you ask Christy and anyone who's known me for 10 years, I've had the most legendary run of meets. I've literally done everything that you can in a powerlifting meet, sans my major injury. That might be the most hurtful sentence that's ever been said, but I'll take it. A legend in his own time.
All right, we got Emily coming up here. She's going 85 kilos here.
All right, so Emily's setting herself up.
7-year hiatus here, I'm hearing, for Emily. That's a long time here. I thought I was going a long time since my last meet.
I thought I'd been going a long time since I did powerlifting since I started. Really beautiful squat on that one. Again, Chrissy, it's like I say, if you're dripped out on the platform, you're more likely to perform better.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So you are seeing a consistent apparel, at least by this first flight, is there's a lot of black on black here today. And, I'm a big fan of black on black personally.
I like my floral singlet.
How old is that floral singlet? It's the old Hate brand.
Old enough to be Hate brand original.
Right. All right, we got Stephanie Zarate up next. 97.5 kilos for her on the bar. So far during this flight, I've seen everybody in knee sleeves. So there's a couple different divisions if you weren't super familiar with powerlifting. You have raw, and then you have classic raw. So you have raw is knee sleeved squats here, just like what Stephanie's squatting here. Great, it's a good squat for her. And then we have raw with wraps. And so wraps give you an extra little touch spring out of the hole usually. It gives you a little bit more of your squat room. So they're in a different class of competition, so they're not competing against people that have sleeves on.
And one thing that a lot of people don't get is they think that wraps actually make your squats so much easier. But wraps and equipment is actually a very technical lift.
It's kind of like conventional versus sumo. Like, a lot of people say sumo's cheating or sumo's easier, but sumo's probably one of the most technical deadlifts that you can do. There's a lot of technique work you can do for conventional, but at the end of the day, you can grip it and rip it if you have to. You can't do that with sumo.
No, sumo you have to be very technically proficient.
Same kind of concept for wraps versus sleeves. Like sleeves, you can kind of just squat.
You can just do it.
Yeah.
So Angela's actually coming up. She missed his first attempt.
Yes.
I don't know if there was a little bit of dip. I didn't get to see.
She had downward motion. She lost. I don't know if she lost tension coming out of the hole or what happened here, but we're rooting for her to get this second attempt here. Come on, stick with it. Let's go. There you go. It looks good on. Let's see what those judges say. 3 to 1 lift is good.
Lift is good. Overall, so when you come back and hit that second squat, especially if you miss your first one, it's never recommended to go up in your attempt.
Correct, and she did not. Her coach did not. He decided to stick with the same attempt from first to second attempt. So,
and that's actually kind of one thing that's interesting to see in a difference between raw and single ply or wrapped is some people will actually go up in weight because they miss in depth. So they use the weight to push them down deeper in the hole.
There's a lot of strategy when it comes to what type of lifting you are doing, but also how you failed the lift, like why you failed the lift. I would never encourage a new lifter to go up on an attempt, but Brian's not wrong in saying that if you miss a lift because of depth, then you're in multiply gear. And sometimes multiply gear just requires you to take more weight to take you down into the hole so you can actually hit depth.
And now I've never actually done single ply or multiply, but I have done classic raw, which is the wraps.
Yes. I've never done any of the above, but I have tried a single ply suit on, and it didn't go very well.
I looked at one and sneezed out of fear.
All
All right,
right.
Miss Smith is up next. 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
All right, we've got Annie here. Nice and controlled second attempt here for her. 2-1, no lift. It looks like it was on the side judges there, so usually that's a depth call.
So
Yeah, it
on
looks
a
like
sorry, Chris.
looks like the right judge just signaled it was called on depth there.
So when it comes to depth, what are the judges kind of looking at?
They're looking at the so it depends on what fed you're talking about. We're in the WRPF here, so depth is one of those interesting things to call based on what fed, because there's pictures associated in the rule book, but you're looking for where the hip joint comes below the knee. It's hard to
The top of the knee, correct?
yeah, the top of the knee. Thank you.
So it's not like your hips have to go all the way below touching your calves.
Right, and some people are really looking for like the hip crease, but in some feds that's not the actual rule. All right, we've got Regina up with 130 kilos on the bar here for her. This is a national record attempt here.
So one thing that our MC in the building is actually talking about is how on national record attempts they have to swap out judges to make sure that it actually meets standard. Now, why is that, Christy?
It's just because we've got more experience in the chair. Really, like you've got more experience in the chair. You have different levels of refs here. I think something to notice that the WRPF did just update their rules, correct? To where you can only set national records at regional and above meets.
And I think that's actually
It's a great rule change, in my opinion.
it's a quality.
It's a quality standard. And it aligns with other feds across the board as well. That was a nice looking squat there. Let's
Really
see what
good
the judges say. The list is good there.
Wow, I'm having a hard time hearing you over here.
Oh, it's because I'm facing away from you, Brian. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. But, so one thing that she actually did that was pretty interesting is she forced her knees out to get a little bit more out of that hole. So she actually used a good twist to kind of go in. And one thing, actually, when you set any state, national, or international record, one thing that the judges will do is they'll check you and your equipment to make sure that you're not cheating.
Right, you don't have any tennis balls behind your knees. You're not wearing any extra supportive underwear
You're not
underneath your
wearing
singlet.
knee wraps underneath your knee sleeves.
Right.
Raw.
A lot of times, for the most part, you should be able to tell if somebody's trying to cheat a record by how they walk. But that is just
the funniest. Wasn't there a guy at an international event not associated with the WRPF a couple years ago who wore a single-ply shirt underneath his regular shirt?
I believe that was an IPF meet. And that was a bench press, yes. All right, let's go, Sierra. There you go.
Solid pick from Sierra.
Lift is good there for Sierra.
Needs to add some weight. So one thing that happens between first and second attempts is people will take different sized jumps. So it's usually a percentage-based thing for a lot of coaches instead of a kilo-based thing. Because if you add, 20 kilos onto a 100-kilo squat, well, you just added 20%, and you're going to get not in a very great place. Yeah, Chrissy, we've had experience with that. But so a lot of coaches will say, hey, between first and second attempt, we're going to take about a 5 to 7% jump at most, and that's being pretty aggressive. Between second and third, we'll probably see 2.5 to 5 at most. And again, those aren't hard and fast rules, but they are recommendations, especially when you're starting out.
And it's all lifter based dependent too. So like some lifters can accommodate to a bigger jump, whereas like some lifters just can't do big jumps. And so you have to really strategize throughout the day, like how you make those jumps, why you make those jumps, and how overall you're feeling. Some people, we do have a 24-hour weigh-in with WRPF, so some people might choose to cut weight to make their weight class. I don't know if they're looking to go for records or just to make a certain weight class, but some people don't necessarily feel the greatest, or maybe they're sick. So You always just want to be prepared for what can be your best day and or your worst day. So having multiple different types of attempts planned, I think, is really important too.
And making sure that you stick with those attempts is
100%,
also a brilliant idea.
yes.
Instead of, going for a 50-pound increase over your opener before you even open.
Yep.
All right, so this is another, I believe, national record attempt for submasters.
And we're on to thirds. This first flight's moving pretty quick here, Brian.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what the judges say here.
Lift is
Lift is
good
good.
for a world record attempt. All right, Emily's coming up next with 90 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Now, one thing is in powerlifting, you can keep hearing us refer to the weight as kilos because we try to hold it international standards. So our lifters lift kilos, and while we may or may not feel like doing the pounds, we'll definitely do animal weights at some point in time this weekend.
Freedom units.
Cheeseburgers for miles per hour.
Wow.
She landed on her
my
calves,
goodness.
popped through that one.
Lift is good there. One thing to note is so we've got a crew of spotters and loaders here. Several of the people I've seen spot and load before. We've got a nice experienced crew here today. One thing that's important to note is this previous spotter loader, you have to be adaptable and agile. You have to be willing to adapt to the lifter. And so you never know if you're going to get somebody like the last lifter that drops it like it's hot, or you get someone that is a little bit more controlled coming down into the hole.
And we spotted for both kinds of people.
Oh, 100%. Like, it's all about being adaptable and really watching that lifter as you spot versus.
Nope, not quite there.
Good save there by the spotters. So sometimes this is what you're going to see with third attempts is whether it's there or not, but a lot of people are going for PRs, trying to better their last squat and have some fun. That's the point of powerlifting, right? Lift heavy weights, lift heavy circles.
Sometimes you just throw your hat in the ring and hope that you get it.
Right. All right, we got Angela here. She went up 2.5 kilos. Kind of folded there. Not quite there. Good save by the spotters there for Angela. All right, we've got Annie Smith up here. 120 kilos for her. All right, we got third attempt here for Annie. They went ahead and repeated her second attempt here. See if she can get that on her third here today. She was called on depth on that second attempt. That looked a little bit deeper there. Lift is good there for Annie. So she got it there on her third. All right, we've got Elise up next. 122.5 kilos here for her. All right, let's go, Elise. I believe this is the state record attempt here for her. Oh, yeah, that's a good-looking third attempt here. Let's see what those judges say. Lift is good there for Elise. So one thing you guys can't really see off to the side of the screen is they are checking each record attempt lifter if the lift is successful, just to, like we said earlier, confirm that there's no extra equipment being involved here with the lift. All right, we've got another national record attempt here for Regina. She went up 5 kilos here for her third. Oh, no, you're doing good. You're doing good.
All right.
All right,
Good
nice
attempt
and
selection.
right, nice and steady walk out there. All right, oh, not quite there. Spotters did a great catch there. All right. All right, this is a state record attempt here for Amina. All right, 137.5. Let's go. Nice and oh my gosh, that looks so easy. The lift is good there.
I love it when your third moves faster than your opener.
I know, right? There's something about the music being right, or just the right hit of ammonia, or, you know, like, we've got the room's starting to fill up here. We've got quite a few more people in here, so it is getting louder in here, which is always exciting and good
A
too.
little bit louder, a little bit more hype.
Right,
that
right.
energy.
Yes.
As the kids say, the vibes.
Well, and it's 9:30 now, so everybody's coffee's starting to kick in, maybe just a little bit.
I still have not had my caffeine yet.
All right, we've got Sierra up here. Let's go, Sierra. So something important to note here is this record is chipped.
And you can only actually chip, I believe, on national records.
Here, yes, I do
Yes.
believe that is correct. Oh, she knew immediately coming out of the hole that wasn't happening. So the little signal to the refs that wasn't happening today. So
And
good
actually,
save by the spotters
If
there.
you saw her when she was walking away, she saw that she said that she came forward on her toes.
Yeah.
Came forward and just couldn't fight for it. And one thing that you learn with the more experience that you get as a lifter is there are certain lifts that you just know you're not going to get.
Right,
so you
100%.
Don't waste your energy. Trust your spotters and loaders to keep you safe. And also, if you feel like gaming the system a little bit, definitely use them to make sure that you don't expend nearly as much energy during your lifts. I wouldn't know anything about that. I've never done that.
I think one thing that's really important to note, while we're switching things out here too, speaking of like missing lifts and spotters and loaders, it is very important as a lifter that you stick with the bar if you miss a lift.
If you don't stick with the bar, there will be somebody who's on commentary right now who comes after you with a 1-gallon water jug.
You are not allowed to dump the bar. That is not safe for you. That is not safe for the spotters and loaders. And it is very important that safety is maintained for everybody in that sort of situation.
You got to think, these people a lot of times are volunteers who are trying their best to keep you happy, healthy,
100%,
and all that.
yeah.
So don't disrespect them. Don't disrespect their time by dumping the bar. And then if it is an accident and you do dump it, please make sure that you check on them instead of just walking away going, oh, it happens. Because that will make somebody really upset.
All right, here we go. Third attempt here.
Oh, came back up.
Oh.
Not quite sure what happened there. Haven't seen a failure like that in a very long time. Not entirely sure if you would call that not sticking with the bar or. Came forward on her knees. Very weird. All right, now we're about to start flight B for the day of the All Ladies Day. We'll be starting off with Holly Jacobson.
All right, we got Holly Jackson up here, 65 kilos on the bar for her opening attempt here. We are on flight B here for the day. Brian's not on it with the dad jokes yet today. Oh. All right, we've got Emily up here, 77.5 kilos going on the bar here for her. She is a junior lifter, which means she is 16 to 17 years old. Something that we haven't talked about yet today is the different divisions. So I think it's pretty obvious that we have different weight classes, but there's different age divisions as well within powerlifting. You can go all the way from, is there younger than teen?
So I think there are actually some federations that have slightly younger than teens because there are very young powerlifters, but it's very few and far between.
Yes, and then you also have like teen age group, and then you have juniors, and then you have open, you have submasters, masters, and on up.
And then even within teen, there are different divisional breakdowns, and masters, there are different divisional breakdowns as you get older.
Correct.
And the reason that they do that is because they're allowing for the body to adjust with aging.
100%.
So, like, the older that you get, obviously, the harder it is to gain strength and set records. So it wouldn't be fair to have somebody who's 77 compete against somebody who's 39.
Correct, 100%.
But one thing that we can say is that anyone is allowed to compete in the open.
100%. You can register
division.
for more than one. Like, you can register for the open and submasters, or open and teen. And usually the strategy is so that way if you were trying to set a national or world record type thing.
Really solid pause on that squat right there. Didn't necessarily need it, but, you know, here we are. No good. I'm going to guess that was probably a depth issue. One other thing that lifters need to pay attention to, especially if they've never done a meet before, is make sure that they are paying attention to the commands.
100%. So a lot of times this could be, I believe, some people's first meet today. So there's a lot of jitters, you know, a lot of anxiety, but you have to, there are 3 commands, or 2 commands. So I'm already on bench. Bench is my thing. But there are 2 commands for squat. We got squat and rack. And so you're given the first command whenever your knees are locked, the bar is motionless at the top, and then you're allowed to start the squat. And then once you've gotten back to the top and your knees are also locked, you're allowed to rack. And you're given that rack command.
And that's one thing that I think is really important to pay attention to when it comes to lifting is practicing your commands while you are in training.
Well, and I think it's super important even within the so not only while you're in your meet prep, but also like in the warm-up room itself, when you do have those jitters, so you're already habit training at that point. And it's not anything new to you. It's something you've already established, especially if you're in your first couple of meets. But also, it can happen to professional level lifters too.
We've all missed commands, and if you say that you haven't, I don't
I
necessarily.
wouldn't say we've all missed commands here, Brian. I have not.
Never, not even one.
No, I'm a big fan of letting the spotters push me in, especially on bench press. I think bench is one of those lifts that you do see people miss commands a lot for, whether it's off the press command or the rack command, because everybody likes to rack it real fast. But
What do the judges have to say about that? Oh.
Okay, so she did kind of have a stutter step at the top there, lost her balance. They're going to repeat that attempt for her so she can get another swing at that on her second attempt. That's another thing that can happen with nerves is you just kind of lose your balance a little bit. I get a little shaky on my opener actually.
Really?
And it may not be super obvious. Like I don't think that I'm necessarily one of those like sketchy walkout shakers then the lip looks beautiful. But like I feel shaky when my nerves get going. At least for like my first opening squat typically. Just a lot of adrenaline going. And it's a very natural thing to happen for some people. That was a nice steady walk out there, trying to get her feet steady.
Really beautiful squat.
Lift is good there for her. That was a national record attempt there for her. We've got Jasmine Ramsey up next. All right, she's got 135 kilos going on the bar here.
All right, Jasmine R. Ramsey coming in with a 135 kilo opener. Oh, so one thing that she did, she got a little bit caught on the hooks right there.
Yeah.
So lifters can actually come and adjust their rack heights after each attempt. Even before they unrack, she could have readjusted that rack height.
Right.
So if I were her coach, I'd kind of come up to the scoring table and say, hey, can we adjust that down one? And sometimes if you have a really good head ref, he won't even he won't wait for anybody. He'll just tell other people to lower it down.
And I think
one.
something that's important to note too that you may not necessarily notice, and if you're not experienced with a mono is, and I feel like I see this more and more with a mono. Man, I love that orange and black on Miranda. That's so fun. It's like your body tends to shrink more with the mono, and I'm not completely sure why it's harder. Like you have to adjust more, but I've even noticed that. Let's go, Miranda.
Solid squat. Lift is good for Miranda.
Miranda is a Des Moines local here, so.
I want to point out that her singlet matches the color palette.
I know, I'm super, she's very matchy.
Mackenzie Grady up next, 135 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
All right. Let's go, Mackenzie.
So all athletes have from the time all athletes have 1 minute to come up to the platform after the platform has been called ready by the head ref. If they do not meet that standard, the attempt will be scratch basically. You will not get it.
Correct.
And the weight will not move up. There have been some people who try to use it to their advantage between, really fast flights. So they'll skip their second attempt to try to stay fresh, so fresh and so clean.
So fresh and so clean, clean.
It's an interesting strategy, and I don't know if I agree with it or not. Again, powerlifting has a lot of strategies you can try to use and try to game the system to get the most out of your total.
All right, we've got Bree here. This is a national record attempt here. The announcer just said that she is a PhD student, so good for her.
I can't even spell PhD.
All right, maybe the dad jokes are coming up. Here. I should reiterate, pet dad jokes.
She also has a semi-solid name. If it had an I in there instead of a Y, it'd be better.
Wow, that was a fast opening attempt. Let's see what those
What's her
judges have to
PhD in?
I don't know. Speed. That was a good attempt for her. We got Ashley Wilson coming up here. She's opening at 185. That is 407 pounds.
That is 3 reds, a 2.5, a collar, and a squat bar.
So Ashley is in the raw with wraps division. So that means she will have those knee wraps. And that's where that minute before the lift is super important because you don't want to have the wraps on for too long. The wraps are removable after the lift, and they are significantly tighter on the knees, and I would say painful. But that whole minute that you have, you take advantage, and there's a lot of timing to have to do with raw with wraps, especially when the whole flight is not raw with wraps. She might be the only one today with raw with wraps. There might be a couple other lifters, but all right. So the timer starts when they say bars loaded, and that's when the lifter has the whole minute, and they're allowed to approach the bar. She was already ready to rock and roll, so she's not wasting any time. All right, let's go, Ashley. Nice. Ashley is choosing to use the mono.
Interesting that she tried to walk out with the mono.
But she's choosing to re-rack a minute here. She does have that opportunity, so
correct. I'm not entirely sure on the WRPF, but I thought if she unracks it, her time basically stops.
I believe it's a pick it up and put it back down sort of situation, especially if you're not stable. You do have that opportunity to be stable because lift is good. So she had already received the rack command before she had misstepped there. So the lift is good because the step was after the rack command. Once you receive the rack command, the judges can go ahead and call their judge. JP just clarified that rule as well for us.
All right, 159 pounds being loaded onto the bar for Holly Jacobson. We're on to second attempts for Flight B. We are kicking through this day. Now, I will say one thing about Classic Raw that is super underestimated is how much it hurts the back of your knees.
Okay, but let's be completely transparent. I've heard wraps lifters now say that knee sleeves, the new generation knee sleeves, can be just as painful. Like Tyler, my husband Tyler, is predominantly a raw with wraps lifter, and he likes wraps because you can take the wraps off, but he says the knee sleeves are painful, not as painful though.
There have been many arguments that I've gotten into about whether or not this new generation of knee sleeves is basically just another step towards Classic Raw.
I think if you're not a great rapper, they're probably a different.
It's when people say that your sleeve doesn't add pounds to your lift, I would say there's nuance to that.
A nuance is a great word to call that too, because I think sometimes, like depending on how you size the sleeve, I think you can provide more confidence to the lifter too, and it gives you a little bit more feedback. It makes you feel like your body is safer, or it provides a nicer squeeze to your knees, a warm, comforting hug to your knees. I don't know. It makes you feel like your legs are stiffer. I think it depends on what type of a squatter you are too.
So Emily is coming back. She missed this on her first attempt. Good walkout. Let's see what she waits for. Ooh.
Let's see what the judges say there. All right, 2-1. Good lift there for her.
So you only actually need to get a 66% to pass on your lifts. Did you know that, Christy?
Yes, you only need a 66%, but it's a 33% is all you need for the day.
That's true. I love math and how it is very weird in powerlifting. So
if you've never tuned into one of Brian and I's live streams before, this is something we routinely talk about because it's just really funny to think through.
It's really funny, but the other thing is it's important to know there are 3 judges, and you need 2 of them to approve your lift so you can get on the board.
Correct.
So, 2/3 is 66%.
But you only need 1 of each lift, and you get 3 attempts at each lift if we have 3 lifts for the day.
Correct. Though the irony is you can also, now if we're losing with this math, I apologize. You can also actually have a 66% day and still bomb out.
Correct.
And not have a total.
Right.
I don't know anyone who's done that. It'd be very weird.
Brian, you can't see Brian's face right now, but he's speaking from experience over there.
So you can have a 33% day with 66%. Like you can go
3 for 9.
You can go 6 for 9 with all white lights and still bomb out.
Correct.
I've done it every day. All right, great brace. Definitely struggling through a little bit more on that one. The judges say lift is good. Bar is loaded for Kennedy Apgar. Also, that last name is decent. I like that name. That last name is nice. All right, good. So everything, in my opinion, especially on squat, starts with a good pick and a good unrack.
100%. I think that's not just a physical component, but also a mental component. Squat is such a mental lift, at least for me it is. I feel like you have to really think through each part of the lift. You have to maintain composure and think about each piece as you're doing the lift sort of thing.
You build I guess the best way that I can describe this is you sort of start to build habits for success when it comes to your squats.
If you start the lift confident, then it gives you so much more headspace and to essentially grind it if you have to at the end. All right, we've got Lois here, 120 kilos again for her.
Solid squat. So
I believe she missed her opening attempt because she lost her balance at the top.
I believe so as well. I really like her sparkly belt. You can kind of see it reflect in the live stream a little bit. So one thing that all lifters can do, no matter the
division
that they're in, they can use wrist wraps and a belt on squat. They can use wrist wraps and a belt on bench. They can use wrist wraps and a belt on deadlift.
Yes.
Now, you might be asking, what's the point of the wrist wraps on deadlift? Is it helps you actually grip onto the bar.
It does help some people with their grip, especially. I don't know if it's just the tightness around your wrist or.
It forces it. Basically, what it does is
it keeps those muscles in place,
correct.
right?
I've used it to my advantage once or twice. John Hack actually uses it to his advantage. Captain America himself.
You see a lot of strongmen use it too for their advantage if it's a lift that they don't use straps on.
Yeah.
All right, that lift was good. We've got Miranda Good up next here.
And that, and her first lift was good.
Yes,
wow.
It was good.
It was good. You know, lifters who have really fun names probably hear way too many jokes about their names. Like there was a meet that I went to where somebody was named Sarah Connors. And I couldn't resist a Terminator joke.
Well, and Stacy's and Caroline's and, you know, you've got lots of people. Let's go, Miranda. She fell forward with that lift there.
She stuck with the bar like
yes, she did. That was good. I do think it is important to note we did have a lifter in the last fight that was taken out of the meet because she did dump the bar.
Correct. And that's how it should be. If it's a purposeful dump,
I don't care how much weight is on the bar or how much weight isn't on the bar. It is against the safety of the spotters and loaders.
it is disrespectful to the spotters and loaders. It is disrespectful to the equipment. It is disrespectful to the venue. I have a very high horse to stand on this one.
Brian's got a lot of spotting and loading experience, so. All right, we got Jasmine up here next, 145 kilos on the bar. All right, let's go, Jasmine.
Digging your feet in to get a good, solid, like, base.
Let's
We'll
see what
if we
those
got
just
to say
say.
on that one. No good. That would be a depth issue. She just needs to sink it a little bit more. Kind of see it from our side. Probably about an inch, inch and a half too high. You know, nothing that a little confidence can't fix. Brianna Popejoy is up next. 162.5 kilos being loaded on the bar. I missed her last name last time. Ooh, we can make a catchy t-shirt for all the spotters and loaders that says, you dump the bar, you dump the meat.
Ooh, the meat dumps you.
Ooh.
All right, we got a national record attempt here for Bree. Let's
Dr.
go.
Future Dr. Popejoy.
Yes.
I would keep that last name no matter what I did in my life.
I feel like she's done one of our strong barbell meets before.
Like, the name sounds familiar, I just can't remember. All right, really good base. She's taking kind of more of a narrow stance. With
But that walkout was pretty.
It was.
Ooh, look at that go. Man, that was nice.
So one thing that she's actually using to her advantage with that beautiful squat is that narrow stance is actually letting her utilize her belly just a little bit to bounce out of the hole.
So I think it's important to note
Now her coach
the difference in stance, I think, is important, and that's all about, a lot of people say it's your hip anatomy and how it allows you to hit depth. So some people take a wider squat because how their hip sockets are built, really.
Yeah.
And some people are like, I cannot hit depth if I had that narrow of a squat. I might be able to half squat.
There
with
was a lifter that we used to know who was a top-level competitor in Classic Raw who would actually go with a high bar stance, super narrow, for his squats. His name was Mike McGivern, and he could squat 750 pounds
yes.
and hit depth like nobody's business.
All right, we got 200.5 kilos coming up here for Ashley Wilson. This is the second attempt here for her. This is 442 pounds. This is a national record attempt here.
Solid squat right here. I think this is Chip. Is this national record?
This is a national record. All right, being nice and patient here.
Wasn't quite there. She started to go down on it.
Good save there by the.
As a coach, you know, I would definitely ever take it again.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of nuance that she can get from the wraps on that one to get a little bit more out of it.
100%. There's some right here. It's also important to think about the rest of your day too. Yeah, so, you know, that was just her second squat attempt, so she'll probably come back and take that because it is a national record attempt. But she's a big deadlifter. She can pull over 500 pounds. It's going to be important to save some energy for the end of the day there for her.
And that's kind of a huge thing is, again, powerlifting, as much as it is about lifting weights, is also about strategy to build a total, especially if you're in the run for money.
100%, 100%.
You know, what's more, sometimes you have to ask yourself what's more important. You know, if you have the ability to set a world record, that would be amazing.
Man, she's trying hard. We'll see what the judges say on that. No lift there. I think it was she went down and came back up as she was going down into the hole.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what happened.
think
She is pointing at her knee. I hope she's okay.
Yeah. But you know what's more important? You know, if do you have the opportunity to set a world record, or do you have this opportunity to win a meet?
100% right. So like that's the thing too is
And what matters more to you as a lifter? Neither of those answers are wrong. But if you're planning on building a total, do you attempt a world record, or do you take something that you know you can build a total with a little bit easier?
well, and what if you're going for the total record?
Exactly. So it's
This is the first lift of the day. There's a lot more going on here.
solid
Nice
pause.
grind there for Emily. Lift is good there for Emily.
Good.
All right, we got a state record attempt here for Jen coming up on her third attempt.
Im Eich?
All right, let's go, Jen. Oh my goodness, let's stick with it. Come on, let's go.
Come on.
Let's see what that judges say. This is good for Jen. How exciting. It's nothing better than getting a lift after a grind like that. You're like working so hard.
Listen, I have smiled my fair share of smiles and cried my fair share of tears after grinding through squats. Now, Christy and I have been lifting. I was a powerlifter for about 9-10 years. Christy's been doing this for how long, Christy?
So my first meet was in 2019, January. My first meet was actually in Des Moines.
Oh!
Yes, yes.
Welcome back to your very first meet location. Oh,
not quite there. Great save by the spotters and loaders there.
Stuck with the bar. But yeah, we have about, combined 15 years of experience of powerlifting underneath our belt. We've been doing commentary for local level meets for about 2 years at this point, year and a half, 2 years.
That sounds about right.
And then I've actually been running live streams for...
Since 2020, right?
Since 2020. Actually, I ran the very first live stream for the showdown, the WRPF showdown, that happened in Kansas City. And when I say that that was a wild ride of a weekend, I had no idea what I was doing. Yet here we are.
Let's go, Kennedy. 110 kilos on the bar here for her. Woo!
Great
Let's see
lift.
what those judges have to say.
Loving.
Lift is good.
3 white lights. Now, one thing that we have not talked about on squats, and I'm surprised we haven't because we always talk about it.
Wait, hold on. Are you going to say shoes?
We have not talked about shoes, Christy. We have not talked about the shoes that
I
people
know.
wear.
I was just thinking that because she was wearing Chucks.
I literally thought, I was like, she's got some white flats on.
Yes.
And I cannot believe that we have not talked about the importance
So
of shoes.
Lois here is wearing heeled shoes. And so the shoe that the lifter decides to choose kind of depends on, one, their squat style. And of course their anatomy here too. Oh, you can see the pretty sparkle on the live stream now for her belt. That lift is good here for Lois. All right, we got a national record attempt here for Laura. 140 kilos going on the bar. So some lifters get more of an advantage out of a heeled shoe versus a flat shoe. Some people feel more stable in a flat shoe. There are even some feds, not this one, but they allow you to squat barefoot.
Weird
Those are back alley garage feds, but in this one you do have to have a shoe, and you can wear anything from a notorious shoe to like what Laura has on, and that's a heeled shoe. Let's go, Laura.
Correct. You can go from basically a minimalist.
Oh my goodness! Oh.
Beautiful.
Let's
Great
see what the
squat.
judges say there. Lift is good there for Laura.
So the biggest thing that a heeled shoe will do, other than provide stability, is it will help some lifters hit depth a little bit easier because their limiting factor on depth is ankle mobility.
And that's where your anatomy comes into play. It's all trial and error, and some lifters go through different phases of what shoe they choose to wear. For a long time, I was wearing a Chuck Taylor styled shoe. I wore pink Chucks my first 2 meets, and I got flipped to a heeled shoe, and now I'm back into like a Notorious style shoe.
I've done all the shoes in the
Let's
world.
go, Miranda. This is the third attempt. She's retaken that second one. Oh, that looks. Oh,
Not quite there. Stuck with it. Good job. You know, some days it's just not there. And
Correct.
That's okay, you know. The biggest thing that you want for your first and second attempt, you want something, the age-old saying is, you want your first attempt to be something that you can hit for a double on your worst day.
100%. I think if it's your first meet, a triple is not a bad idea either.
Correct. Again, the more experience that you get, the more that you change the rules and make them for yourself. But when you start off, having a set guideline for everybody is helpful. Again, you don't need
You're
to follow
not looking to max out on your
Correct.
first attempt. You're not looking, you want to solidify, you want to get into the meet. It should be something that you should be guaranteed to hit, honestly. All right, let's go, Jasmine. Jasmine's up here, 145 kilos on the bar, 319 pounds. All right, let's go, Jasmine.
She misses on her second with depth. A little bit more confident in that. Strength is definitely there.
Let's see what the judges say.
From what we saw, it looked a little bit better.
Oh, she got it.
Lift
Lift
was
is good.
Like I said, a lot of times, especially if you're only an inch short, it's a confidence thing. It's not a strength issue. The heavier that it gets, lifters start to get a little bit more. That's fine. But the biggest thing is, sorry, got distracted, had questions. The biggest thing that you really want to pay attention to when it comes down to things just not being there.
But that's why you repeat that attempt. It's like maybe it's there again for the next time. Like if you missed it because of depth, you're gonna repeat that attempt because maybe you'll have more confidence to hit it the second time.
Correct.
I've missed a second attempt before to meet. It was too big of a jump. My coach and I got a little too confident after my opener. I think it was 12.5 kilos is what we jumped from the first two attempts.
And that was
we
on
went-
bench?
No, squat.
Okay, I was going to say,
We
what?
went from like 385 to 413, I think, or something like that.
Oh, this will be interesting. This is another 7.5 kilo jump.
And another
same
national
size.
record attempt here.
Yeah. Good walkout.
Let's go. Oh my goodness! Yes,
Easy.
look at
Let's see
her
what the judges have to
go.
say. Blue light lights. Lift is
The lift is good.
All right, Ashley Wilson is up next. This is the last lifter in Flight B. She misses on her second. This is a national record for Classic Raw for the 67.5 kilo open women's drug tested squats. There's a lot of layers to this. Oh, all-time world record. I was wrong. I said national, didn't I?
Yes, you did. So I do think it's important to note that in the WRPF, you cannot set a world record, a technical federation world record at a regional level meet. It has to be a national level meet or a pro meet. And this is the regional, so it is considered a national, but in open powerlifting, it is an all-time world record.
Nope, not quite there. Looks like she
Good
came
catch
forward
there.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, some lifters, when it comes to Classic Raw, they actually take advantage of the wraps and they'll slam themselves down to come back up. But the risk that you take is if you slam down at not the right groove, you kind of shift forward a little bit and you start to lose it. All right, so we're about to start flight C for the day. I believe there are 4 flights in our day. Becky will be opening with 95 keys on the bar.
All right, we got first attempts here for our flight C. We've got Becky going at 95 kilos here.
She's got some like battle braid things
I
going
love
on.
it. I love it.
The
Called a bubble braid.
bubble. See, I don't know anything about braids, and I actually have long hair for the next 2 weeks.
Bubble braid is my hairstyle of choice. It's super easy and time friendly. It looks amazing, and it's just so fun. And then you get beautiful curls after you take it out.
I'm gonna have to try that before I donate my hair.
I have rubber bands upstairs if you want to try it, Brian.
All right. Oh, Evgenia Mishchenko. Evgenia Mishchenko. I'm not gonna. I will flub some of these names up, and I apologize, people.
All right, 97.5 kilos on the bar here.
So one thing that I will say is kind of
Good
important to
lift
pay
there for
attention to is when you do the lift, make sure that you look at your head ref. That way you can actually pay attention to when the commands come, because if you think that you waited for it and you think that you heard it, there have been instances where some reps change how they feel about giving commands. So they'll tell you to rack it, but then it's until their arm moves. Sometimes their arm moves first, and you go with the arm, and then you go with their words. You just wait. Wait until they do both things.
I think it's important to think about, too, is if you can't hear the verbal command, then ask to have them speak louder for you. You have that right at the lifter.
No good.
All right, we got Rebecca Ross coming up here with 102.5 kilos on the bar. All right, this is 225 pounds.
Ooh, so smooth with that green hair, just down, up. Love it. Oh.
No lift there.
That looked smooth. What was that, depth? Or did she not wait for the command?
I believe she might not have waited for the command.
It was a command.
Yeah. The judge here on the right is the important thing also as a lifter is to ask. If you don't know why you missed a lift, then ask why you missed the lift, sort of thing.
Please ask so you can do better on the next one.
100%. Because you
Tatiana-
don't want to miss for the same thing.
No. Oh, you love it when you lock out a
so
squat.
good.
And not just that.
Nice.
I love it when you lock out a squat right when the beat drops in the song.
That is pretty fun. All right, we got Rachel up here, 115 kilos on the bar.
This is a national record.
This is the national record here for her.
All right, getting our judge to swap that really quick for this national record. Made it just in time. So Rachel's actually coached by a previous, I believe, world record holder in Mr. Kyle Kia. Used to be called Powerlifting Jesus. No. The long hair.
All right, we got Dahlia up here, 117.5 kilos going on the bar. Wow. No question there on depth.
Wow.
3 white lights there for her. Good lift.
I think she bounced off the floor. All right. So the other thing that after a lift happens, a lifter needs to do is they need to come up and tell the head table what their next attempt is going to be. So they'll either talk with their coach or they'll make a decision based off a spreadsheet that they have. Or their handler will tell somebody. But no matter if you do not communicate with the head table that you would like to go up in the attempt, I believe they just jump you by 2.5 kilos
That is
total.
correct, yeah. So even if you miss the lift, they will go up 2.5 kilos if you don't report a...
And if you miss a lift, here's one thing that you can't do. You can't go down and weight.
No.
You're committed to that weight or more.
Which is also why it's important to set your openers at something that you will not miss.
Correct. Ooh.
Yeah, we've got some deep squatters here in this flight. A good lift there for Jeanette. All right, we've got Lauren Helmka up here, 125 kilos on the bar here for her.
I will say from the spotting and loading perspective, as much as I don't like lifting out of a monolift, it is so much easier to adjust one. You can reduce your team size, keep people safer by adjusting the height of it. They also kind of look cool. I will be honest with that.
Something also to notice that we are using like a strap style safety with a mono lift. You can also choose to use the mono. You haven't seen that too much, but a couple lifters ago they did use, as well as Ashley Wilson, the Rapture squatter,
Yes.
also used the mono. So when you use the mono as a mono, you don't have to move your feet at all. The arms just swing out, whereas a lot of these lifters are choosing to walk out of the monos, and they just feel more stable that way. Some people don't get experience with a mono either because their gym may not have one.
Some gyms have way too many monos. Some gyms have too few monos. Wow. Wow. Wide stance squat, which makes getting below your heap crease a little bit more annoying.
Yeah.
And she dropped that literally all the way. She bounced off her calves. Great job. Got a record on that one. Brooke Thompson up next. A junior squatter coming in with 137.5 kgs on the bar.
All right, we got Brooke Thompson here. 137.5 kilos on the bar here for her.
Ooh.
Woo, that was fun.
I feel like that wasn't an opener. I feel like that was the second to last warm-up.
In my opinion, your opener should be treated like your last warm-up.
Correct.
Like it should, like...
It shouldn't be that much harder than your last warm-up.
No.
Four.
All right, we got Rosie coming up here, 142.5 kilos. Rosie's from Kansas City. Lives at Star Barbell Club. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Even nicer than you, Christy.
Oh, I mean, I'm just honest.
Oh, I like how you don't even deny that. You're just like
No, Rosie's
hurtful.
truly really nice.
On the other hand, there's me. I'm just brutal.
Honesty is the best policy. All right.
Meticulous
Rosie's walking.
walkout. She's always meticulous with her walkouts. Ooh.
Nice and controlled squat there for Rosie. Oh.
2 to 1. No lift. Missed it on depth. Got to sink it just a little bit more. They're being pretty strict today, which is good. There shouldn't be any gifts in a powerlifting meet, especially if you've competed before.
Yeah. All right, we got Juliana here. 160 kilos going on the bar.
All right, Juliana. Sydney's just done. Ask her to see it.
All right.
A little bit heavy on that walkout. Not quite as confident. A little shaky.
All right, let's see what the judges say there. 3 white lights, lift is good.
Solid.
All right, we've got Maya coming up here. 167.5.
Anna.
All right, let's go, Maya.
All right, good pick. I do like the fact that everyone has fresh, clean, white shoes right now. I'd be either wearing my heels or my Harry Potter Chucks. No, Vans. Harry Potter Vans. All right. Julie coming up. She missed this on her first attempt.
So we're repeating it again on our second attempt to make sure that we get it. You want to make sure you're on the board for your squat. You're going to stay in the meet.
All right, platform is ready.
Let's go, Julie. Weights on the commands. I don't really think there's a question on depth. 3 white lights. She's in the meet. That's good.
Hey, again, all she needs is 2 white lights, and not the podcast.
All right, we got Becky coming up here. 100 kilos going on the bar.
Strongman.
All right. Nice looking second attempt there. Let's see what those judges say.
3.
White lights. Lift is good.
And she's got the bubble braids going.
Oh, not only does she have bubble braids, but she's rotated her hair tie color. So it goes black, pink, black, pink, black, pink.
I respect that.
All right, 102.5 kilos going on the bar here.
All right, Mischenko up next. A 5-kilo jump from her first attempt. Again, keeping in line with what we were talking about. 5 to 7 is typically the recommended jump. You don't have to follow that. Seven's
Percentage.
aggressive. Percentage. Thank you. What did I say?
You just said 5 to 7, so you
Percent.
could really do 5 to 7.5 kilos if you're talking like that, which this is 5 kilos, but
Picking up bottle caps out here. Picking up bottle caps.
lift is good there.
Great squat.
All right, we got Rebecca coming up here, 107.5. This is 237 pounds on the bar here for Rebecca.
Smooth, but let's see what the judges have to say.
Oh,
3
lift
white
is
lights,
good.
lift
She's
is
on
good.
the board.
So one thing that I will say about is both helpful and unhelpful about black singlets and that hip crease is if you're questionable, sometimes it will give the illusion of being a little bit too high. And while the judges are supposed to give you, the lifter, a little bit more leniency, that is not, if you look a little bit too high, they're going to err on the side of it wasn't good. But if you're close, they might help you out just a little bit. Like my floral singlet, on the other hand, you can see exactly where my heat crease is. It's with the flowers.
And I think the old style SBD singlets are big, and I think A7 is still that way, where they have a line all the way down the leg.
And to me, I think, in my opinion, that's pretty helpful. Oh, drops it quick. Speedy up. 7.5 kilo jump.
Lift is good there for her.
I'm excited to be watching these squats. I know you're excited to be watching these squats.
Who wouldn't be excited to be watching squats? It's probably one of the most exciting parts of the day.
People who bomb out of squats wouldn't be
Oh.
excited to watch
Yeah,
squats.
well.
Oh! So all of our judges will actually rotate throughout the day to make sure that they stay, consistent, to make sure that they stay fresh, to make sure that our lifters are, getting the best chance to have the right calls, the fair calls.
But they remain in the same spot throughout the entire flight.
Correct.
All right, we got Dahlia here with 125 kilos. This is a state record attempt.
She is utilizing the mono.
Man,
Solid,
she
easy.
squats so deep.
I think that she might actually need to go up and weight a little bit more than what I would recommend.
All right, let's put some weight on the bar here.
Rachel McBurney is up next.
All right, 125.5. This is a national record attempt, and she's chosen to chip it. So if you're not super familiar with calls or kilos, you have to make it increments of 2.5 kilos. And so typically the call would be 125 kilos, 125.0. But the chip allows you to take a 0.5 kilo jump. All right, let's go, Rachel.
All right. And smooth on the way back up. That looked actually
That was a
pretty
good
solid.
second attempt. That was good.
Great second attempt. You love to see a well-made second attempt.
100%.
All right, 130 keys on the bar for Jeanette. I'm not even going to try that last name. Primer. I was right. Cool. I'm glad Christy and I think about it the same way.
I don't know that we're right, but
I mean, if two of us say it, it can still be wrong. Good brace, drops it. Fights
There
through
we
it.
go.
Great job. I'd probably make about a 5 kilo jump on there.
3 white lights.
So her coach, she's part of Team Kia, and I believe he's coaching multiple lifters today and then throughout the weekend. But Kyle has experience on an international level. He used to be 165-pound world record holder, all-time world record holder, actually.
And he's local to Des Moines, correct?
That is correct. I believe he's based out of 22nd Street. I don't know. I won't. I'm not gonna go that far.
All right, we got Lauren here, 132.5 kilos.
Pretty quick on the way up.
Let's see what the judges say.
2-to-1, no lift.
A little high on that squat, so she
Little
wasn't
high.
able to complete it.
Again, I think strength is there. I'd run that one back and just let her take it and put it on the board.
We didn't touch on this one when we were talking about shoes, but something I did just notice, there's a different type of heel, I would say now. You'll see a trend towards more of a wide toe box versus the narrow toe box. Toe box, whatever.
Toy box.
Toy box.
Wow. Dakota is apparently 13.
14.
14?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, look how easy that moved. 3-way length there for her.
Absolutely incredible, Dakota. All right, Rosie is up next. 142.5 keys on the bar. She's retaking that first attempt that she missed on depth.
All right, Rosie's retaking this again. She missed her opener on depth, so going to try and get a little bit deeper with this squat here. Retaking the same weight.
Good pick. Step. Step. She did 3 steps. Interesting. A little bit aggressive there.
That one looked a little bit deeper. Let's see
Definitely a
what the
little bit
judges
deeper
say.
on that one.
There we go.
Green white lights,
With
lift
Rosie's
is
on
good.
the board.
All right, Brooke Thompson coming up next. 142.5 keys. Kylo's on the ground.
All right, we got Brooke here.
All right, just a few more attempts before we start. Third attempts. Really fast for a second attempt.
3-way lights.
I'd guess that she'll probably take another 5-kilo jump on that one, which is, again, probably pretty reasonable. Anna is up next. Hopefully I got that pronounced properly. Yep, Anna.
Anna.
Thank you. I assume that's Al behind the keyboard. All right. This is a 7.5-kilo jump. So, you know, solid jump right here.
That's perfect.
369. Darn, this squat's going to be fine.
Get low.
Already got low.
All right, let's go, Anna.
And she's actually being back spotted by our friend Sam.
Sam.
Handled by Sam, not back spotted.
Sam's actually on his way back up. He actually just suffered a pretty big injury at his last meet. Blew both of his quads.
All right, good. Settle in.
Nice.
Repping that squat to depth singlet.
There we go.
Walk
Sticks
through it.
with it.
Good. Let's hear what the judges have to say.
Three
Blue white
white
lights. You know what she did? She squatted to depth. That was terrible. I'm sorry, everybody.
Hey, if you're going to wear it, got to do it.
Ooh. 167.5 keys on the bar. Wait. No. 1 second. Got it. I was misreading. All right, Maya White coming up next. 180 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
All right. 180 kilos here for Maya.
For another junior lifter.
This is a national record attempt here. We're just shy of 400 pounds here.
Good brace. Great job on the way
Okay,
up.
the judges say there.
3 white lights. Lift is good. Now, we have not really talked about the fact that all of our ladies and all of our lifters throughout the weekend will actually be utilizing a squat bar.
That
For
is correct.
they'll be using a squat bar for squats, a power bar for bench, and then a deadlift bar for deadlifts. And that separates us from other federations because with that squat bar, it's actually 25 kilos.
It's longer.
It's thicker.
The diameter is greater. And it does weigh 5 more kilos.
Correct.
So it is a heavier bar.
The reason why it was designed that way was to help add a little bit more stability on a squat.
There's nothing more interesting than watching a 1,000-pound squatter walk out of an ER rack with a power bar.
And
it's done, and I've seen it done. It was done this year, but
oh, solid.
a squat bar does make you feel more stable.
Correct.
It also allows lifters that are bigger or have decreased shoulder mobility more width for hand positioning.
Or for people like me who are just kind of lazy and you're like, my hands will go here.
All right, we got Julie up here. 107.5. We're on third attempts here.
One other thing that depends on the maker of the bar is how far the knurling goes on a squat bar. Someone will do knurling all the way from collar to collar. Come on, fight for it.
Come on. Oh.
Not quite there.
So they did let her fight for that for a long time, but you will see the head ref decided to go ahead and, for the safety of the spotters and the lifter, to go ahead and just take that.
All right. Mishchenko coming up with 110 kilos on the bar. 7.5 kilo jump. Actually a little bit bigger than what her first or second was.
That is true.
Tried to brace right there. It looked like for a split second.
Yeah. Wow.
That was
Girls
impressive.
got the grind. Let's see what those judges say. Lift
2 to 1,
2
good
to 1.
lift. I'm wondering if there was a little bit of wobble on one side that made it look like the bar
It's
descended.
very possible. So you can get red lights for a lot of different things with squats. Obviously depth that we've talked about. Downward motion after you come out of the hole is another reason. Upward downward motion in general. So if you go
down, don't get all the way, come up just a little bit, then go all the way back down.
That is
and
also
then
a red light, yes.
there's a lot of like
Downward motion after you've already initiated it up. Good call by the loaders there.
Tatiana coming in with 117.5 kilos on the bar. And then I believe one more flight of squats.
That is correct.
Flying through the day. All right, going to the high bar stance on this squat. Drops it, comes back up, fights for it, pauses.
Really fighting. Good
Not
catch,
quite
though, by
there.
the spotters and loaders.
All right, Rachel McBurney coming up next. 130 kilos being loaded onto the bar. So she set a record on her last one with 125.5 kilos. She's setting the record again with 130.
So 4.5 kilo jump there for Rachel.
And again, I'm not entirely sure if she would have been able to chip her record again. I don't know the rules on that one. Like, I guess she'd be resetting the record, so she could technically chip it, but that would be almost pointless. That feels pointless to me. You know, she might have had another half kilo on that bar, but
That
at
was
most.
good. All right, we got a state record attempt here for Dahlia.
You're going to see a camera pointing at you. It's not going live.
All right, let's go, Dahlia.
God, you love that smile when you know you got
I
a squat.
know. When you got it, and you know it.
All right. Lauren coming up. She missed her second attempt. It actually went up 2.5 kilos.
I don't remember why she missed it.
Could have been death. Could have been commands. Could have been she sneezed the wrong way. Okay, that one's not a thing. Very narrow pick stance.
Very narrow.
Considering where she's squatting at. Three white lights lift is good. You know what I love about that? She looked super surprised that she got that one up.
Little hug off to the side
Like,
here.
halfway up, her eyes just popped open like, oh my gosh, this is moving. It's that excitement of the day. That's what makes meets where you have local level competitors going up against people who have potential to be national and international level competitors. You know, you get the whole spectrum of like excitement for smaller PRs, and you also get the excitement of national and international records being set.
All right, third attempt here for Jeanette. This is the state record attempt here.
Fights through it.
Oh, look at that big smile.
Hopefully
Lift
you
is
guys can
good.
hear it decently well. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. All right, Rosie coming up next. She jumped 10 kilos. It's about a 22-pound jump from her second attempt to her third attempt. Again, I think strength is there for this. Just got to be, again, confident with
Right, 100%.
everything.
So what you might have just noticed, Rosie just closed her belt latch. That is the only piece of equipment you are allowed to adjust on the platform.
That is correct. You cannot adjust your wrist wraps. I've been told on that one. You can't touch your knee sleeves.
Or your knee wraps.
You can't tie your shoe.
But you can tighten your belt.
Yes.
All right, let's see what the judges say on this one here.
2 to 1, lift is good.
All right, we got Brooke coming up here. 152.5.
One other thing that I really love when people are lifting is when the weight stays the same.
It is nice, right?
Super nice. I will say that is Olympic weightlifting has some very interesting rules, and it's actually what powerlifting used to do. Not quite there.
Just not quite there.
Dakota, the 14-year-old phenom, coming in with 155 kilos on the bar. So Olympic weightlifting does ascending bar, meaning that the weight only ever goes up. Powerlifting actually used to do that. That's why you had legends like
Strongman does that.
Powerlifting is the only one that does not do that.
All right, let's go, Dakota.
All right. Great smile there. 3 white lights.
Good lift
Lift
there for
is
her.
good for the Dakota, the phenom. I'm excited to see what she does on bench. Anna Preston coming on with 175 kilos being loaded onto the bar. I believe this is a state record attempt.
You are correct, sir. This is
In
a state
the
record attempt.
90 kilo women's raw drug tested open division.
I'm digging on his space buttons here.
Honestly, I'm loving, I think even her, if I'm right, her socks are even squat to depth socks. Could be wrong. No, they are. All right. Good walkout. Make sure that you stay stable. Fight for it. All right. Strength
She's
was there.
excited. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights. Lift is good.
All right, we got Maya White here.
This is a national record attempt. I wish I had like a drum roll that I could just press a button and go. But I'd also overuse it way too much when I make jokes on this.
All right. This is 407 pounds for Maya here.
All right. Getting some monolift adjustments going on here. All right. All right.
Let's go, Maya.
You know how you can tell that Christy and I are in sync because we say all right are almost the exact same inflection. Not quite there. That's okay, though. Good fight for it.
Yeah.
Realize that it wasn't going to quite be there and let her
That's a
spotters
good,
take
solid
it
third
safely.
attempt. Yeah.
You know what's crazy, though?
What,
When I
Brian?
first started powerlifting, for a 75-kilogram male, a 400-pound squat was actually not unimpressive. Now, the sport has grown so much in such a positive way.
What is the 600-pound squat? Like,
Is almost unimpressive for a 75 kg, which is ridiculous. All right, we are moving on to Flight D, opening up with Bailey Poolman, 107.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. So I believe in WRPF there are how many different weight divisions for women and how many different weight divisions for men?
You're asking the wrong person.
What is it, or what does it go up to?
I would need to consult the rule book.
Is it 100
it goes
or
up
is it
to 308?
Oh, it does go up to 308 for women now officially?
WRPF
Okay.
does, yes. 308 plus.
308, then super heavyweight directly after 308.
I believe the women's, at least on the top end, matches the men's.
So we've seen some pretty cool things when it comes to squats. There was a point in time where we saw somebody come in who no one had ever heard of in a pair of Skechers with grass stains on them, no knee sleeves, raw dog, like 800 pounds. Hartzell. There's some crazy freak athletes out there, and the more that powerlifting grows, the crazier things we get to see. Absolutely nuts.
I'm excited for Hunter Henderson's squat at Ghost Clash. All right, we got Macy here. 112.5 kilos on the bar here for her.
Drops it. Racks it. Three
Good
white
lift.
lights.
Not a
Textbook.
question there.
Textbook opener with a sparkly belt. I like the fact that Pioneer has started to change the game when it comes to belts. You got sparkles, you got anime designs on them.
It's completely customizable. Like,
You can everything down to your like everything is
you can put
customizable.
donuts on it.
Donuts and deadlifts?
Ooh.
Ooh. All right. Kinsey coming up with 130 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
All right, let's go, Kinsey. Nice opener here for her.
Again, another one of those openers where I question whether or not it's an opener or a warm-up.
But when your opener moves like that, you have so much more confidence going into your second attempt. You
You
feel
do.
really good. All right, this is Alexis here, 132.5 kilos on the bar.
One thing that I kind of wish powerlifting had a little bit more of were guest lifters. Just like what bodybuilding has, where you have a guest poster come in and just do something absolutely crazy just for fun.
The problem with that, though, is there's a lot to go into a single heavy attempt like that. There's a lot of preparation, a lot of risk for injury.
There is, I know, but every now and then it would be so fun to see that kind of stuff.
It's not the same thing.
No. Not, but it'd be fun.
All right, we got Alexis here. 132.5 kilos here.
That is always fun when it happens when you're 2-1.
2-1.
Good lift. Again, shaking off the nerves. You can tell she's a little nervous walking off, shaking her hand. But she's got it done. She's on. She's on the board with squats. I will say, though, that when it comes to powerlifting, the meet does not start until your first deadlift hits the ground. Old-fashioned saying, I know, but...
All right, we got Emily here. 137.5 kilos for her opener here. This is 303 pounds.
Solid.
Nice and deep. No question on depth. 3 white lights. Squat's good.
Lift is good. Chelsea coming in with 140 kilos or 308 on the bar.
All right, 140 kilos here for Chelsea.
And she's got a pair of notorious lifts on, I believe. Again, flat, minimalist, deadlift slipper kind of things. Get you as close to the ground as possible. Great lift right
Waiting
there.
for all the commands. Good lift for her. All right, Zoe Morris here, 145 kilos. That's 319.5 pounds.
Somebody, we won't name names, found a pound to
Cheat
kilo
sheet.
conversion cheat.
Got cheat sheet.
Wow. Just absolutely floored that one.
Those side rests have it easy right now.
If I was a side ref, I'd be taking a break, eating a sandwich. They don't need me. Undeniable depth. Again, though, there are a few inherent issues with potentially dive bombing your squats like that. Here.
All right, 105 kilos on the bar here.
All right, Kaya coming in with a 150 kilogram opener, potentially our tallest female of the day.
Wow.
See what the judges have to say. 2-1, lift is good. She did have to travel about 1.5 miles to get there.
Right. She also squats high bar. All right, we got Katie Andes up here, 150 kilos.
Katie Andes is from Strong Barbell Club in Kansas City, Missouri.
All right, let's go, Katie.
All right. Good walkout, doing a high bar, so the bar is sitting a little bit higher on her traps.
All right, let's see what the judges have to say on that lift. 2-1, no
Not
lift.
quite there. Needs to sink it
Call
just
her
a
on
little bit
depth on
more.
that one. All right, we got Amber coming up here. 152.5 or 336 pounds.
Amber Flummerfelt.
Man, there's so many black sparkly belts.
I
today. I love
know.
it. I love all the sparkles.
And then there's just my plain brown 6.5 millimeter thick belt.
So that is another thing that you can customize with Pioneer is the width of the belt too, and how wide it is.
The width, the thickness of it, the length of it.
Whether it's a latch or a buckle. That lift was good for her.
Lift is golden.
All right, we got Savannah coming up here. 155 keys on the bar. That's 341 pounds.
Good walkout for Savannah. Yeah, a lot of these lifters are leaving no doubt when it comes to depth, which is why they get 3 white lights.
I'm telling you, those side refs have it easy today. At least during this flight, they have it easy.
Oh, yeah, during this flight is super convenient.
All right, 160 keys on the bar here, 352 pounds. This is a national record attempt here for Grace. All right, let's go, Grace. Man.
Just like a piston.
That was pretty. 3 white lights lift is good.
You love it when you see a piston-like squat where they just go down and up. No issues. Cece is coming up next.
Ceci.
Ceci. Why do I always say Cece? I even know it's Ceci. I even know it's Ceci. I know Ceci.
Ceci is out of Omaha, and she helps with a lot of meets out at Strong Barbell Club. Bars loaded for Ceci. Ceci is another raw with wraps lifter here.
Believe she's
Taking
being.
full advantage of that minute here.
Believe she's-
JP Price is wrapping her knees right now.
I've had JP wrap my knees to a 10 before. Claustrophobia set in really quickly.
All right. All right.
Using those old
She's got 20
slingshots.
seconds left here. She's got plenty of time. All you just have to be able to unrack the bar within that first minute.
Correct.
You don't have to start your attempt. You just have to unrack that bar. So knowing that while you might have walked out of the platform with 30 seconds left, you still have plenty of time to take that attempt.
Sinks back into her hips on that one.
There you go.
Very
See what the
controlled.
judges say. 3 white lights. Lift is good for Ceci.
Good lift. Probably going to be a 7.5 kilo jump on that one, I'd guess, somewhere in there. All right, Leslie coming up with 187.5 pounds being loaded onto the bar, which is 413.25. We don't.
All right, we got Leslie here. She is also another Raw with Wraps lifter. She's springy. Lift is good there.
Wow. 210 kilos being loaded onto the bar. We're talking about a solid 462.75 pound squat.
All right, let's go, Casey.
Another pretty tall lifter, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, let's go, Casey. Nice and thoughtful here with her walkout.
Paused it at the bottom for dramatic effect. Let's see if there's any downward motion. No, not quite there.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't get to
Sometimes
see
you
it.
can lose your balance a little bit in the hole if something's just not quite how you're used to, or
Correct.
maybe your walkout you weren't quite stable, or you just lost your balance a little bit, put the foot pressure in not the right position.
Yeah.
Came on your heels a little bit, so you rocked back and forth in the hole.
Could have been a lot of things.
Right.
But yeah, we're cruising through this. We are now into second attempts of flight D for squats. There will be, I believe, a 20-minute, 10 to 20-minute break between squat and bench while they get the platform set up, since they'll have to be moving the mono.
We'll keep you guys updated on that exact time once we get closer.
Correct. And hopefully we'll be able to steal one of the meet directors for a little interview as to why regionals and what the RPF is doing is so important. Great squat. 2 to 1. Good lift. Again, Chrissy and I have that ADHD connection of we know what to say, when to say it, because instinct tells us to.
We are twins from another mother.
It's true. Obviously, Christy is the smarter, more attractive twin. I'm the funny one. I got the humor. She got everything else.
Oh, Lord.
Got the height. Got the total.
Do I out-total you?
You
Probably
out-dots
not
me.
anymore.
You
I don't
out-dots
know.
me.
I don't know that I can out-total you anymore. I don't know. Macy, 120. That was a great second attempt.
Oh, yeah.
I hope she put some weight on the bar for her third.
Nah, gonna keep making it look light. The sparkly belt adds at least 30 kilos on your total. So one thing that you'll notice with the wrist straps on squats is they're actually there to help keep the wrist supported on the bar.
It allows for less wrist flexion.
Correct.
And so that way your wrists don't bend as much and you can keep your wrists more stacked as you hold onto the bar, helping you maintain back tightness and
I'll bring it down.
a little sticky there in the middle. Still 3 white lights there.
But you know what happens when it's sticky? I got no. Listen, I was going to go for something funny, but I had nothing pop into my head, which makes it so much better.
All right, we got Alexis here, 140 keys on the bar.
You got A7 singlet, Jim Reaper knee sleeves, and Chuck Taylors. But she's keeping the same theme. 5-4, Alexis, not quite there.
All right, we got Emily here, 147.5.
Chelsea coming in with 150 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Bar is ready, loaded, and Katie Andes is coming up next. Bounces out of the hole, rolls forward just a little bit.
Let's hear the judges say here. Three
White
white
lights lift is
Katie
good.
missed her opener due to depth, so she came back and got it that second time. Spot a little bit deeper.
All right, state record attempt for another of our teen junior lifters. It's weird that she's still 16, 17, but doesn't count as a teen. It's junior. I know there's different levels of junior lifters, but you figure that teen would go a little bit further. Huge walkout. Drops it. Solid. So one thing that I especially like to do when it comes to squats is you keep a very precise walkout. It's usually step back, and then adjust your feet just a little bit more.
So per the WRPF rulebook, the age groups are junior, 13 to 15, 16 to 17, 18 to 19, and 20 to 23. Open is 13 and up, and then submasters is 35 to 39, and then masters is 40 to 44, 45 to 49, and so on and so forth. Looks like it goes up every 4 years.
All right. Kaya coming up with 157.5 kilos on the bar. That would make sense.
Nice looking second attempt there.
All right. Savannah coming up next with the buskness.
So I also wanted to seek some clarification on the weight classes as well. So women are competing today, and you can compete in a 44 kilo class all the way up to the 140 plus. And the 140 is the last like non-super heavyweight weight class. Men go all the way up to 140 plus as well, but they only start at 52 kilos. All right, Savannah's up here, 162.5.
So. Good. Smooth
smile
squat.
there at the top of that squat.
Grace Watrin is up next. This is a national record attempt for Grace. 170 keys on the bar for this junior lifter. She's SBD'd out, by the way.
I like my SBD belt personally. It's always felt broken in.
Came forward just a little bit. She'll be able to come back and try that again. All right, so she's going to come back, try it again.
Yeah. Sounds like she might have had the bar in a different place than what she's used to having the bar in. So,
All right, Amber Flummerfelt is up next with 170 kilos on the bar.
this is the state record attempt for Amber. This is 374 pounds.
Oh. This ain't 375. This is 374.
Four.
I'm not going to allow for that chalk on the bar to add to the weight. Solid.
Woohoo!
One other thing that I think is important for new lifters and people just coming to understand powerlifting, for them to understand is you'll see lifters do what's called a brace at the very top of their squat when they prepare to go down, and that's called a Valsalva maneuver. What they're doing is they're creating a rigid core that lets their spine and their body stay safe while they go up and down in the squat. They're actively pushing out against it. They're breathing into their stomach and using that belt as a way to help contract and keep themselves safe and solid.
Making sure their ribs are tucked into place, making sure
Their headlights are pointed up.
Cervical spine is stacked, making sure every little piece is protected so that way they can load the maximum weight, reducing their risk of injury.
And so the reason why I bring that up is you'll see a lot of lifters when they start, right before they start their squat, they'll take a breath in. Some of them will have big breaths, some of them will be sippy breaths, but that's to help create that Valsalva maneuver within their body, which is that stability factor when it comes to your squat.
All right, Ceci's got 407 pounds, 185 kilos on the bar here. Let's go, Ceci. Nice, solid pick. Pretty walkout.
Controlled all the way down. Fights through
Let's
it.
see what those judges say.
2-1.
Good lift for Ceci.
Probably go up, another 2.5, 5 kilos, somewhere in there. All right, Leslie Albert is up next. 200 keys being loaded on the bar. 440 pounds, if my brain serves me right. 440.75 pounds.
All right. This is the national record attempt here for Leslie. Nice solid pick there. Stable walkout. Woohoo! Judges say good lift. All right, we got Casey here, 210 kilos. That's 462 pounds.
All right, missed this on her first. Needs to come back and get this on her second.
All right, Casey's repeating her second attempt here. I believe she missed her opener on depth.
I believe that was it, yeah. Definitely wasn't a strength issue.
A nice pick. Looks like she's got the bar just a touch lower than last time. Oh, downward motion there. Hopefully she
Macy.
can come back that and get that on her third.
I think so. Macy Nicolette coming up, starting third attempts before we move on to bench.
Apparently today is Macy's birthday. Happy birthday, Macy. All right, we got 125 kilos on the bar here for Macy. This is 275 pounds. Yes, great third attempt. Let's see if those judges stay there.
You can hear
Three
the
white lights lift is good.
great lift. You can hear the crowd getting hyped for these third attempts. I think it's the sparkle belts is getting everyone hyped. It's like a disco in here.
It's definitely the sparkle belt.
I know that I get hyped for sparkle belts.
All right, we got Bailey here. She's got 130 kilos going on the bar here.
286.5 pounds. Oh, smooth. All right, Alexis coming in. She missed this on her second attempt. There we go. Let's see what the judges have to say.
We're waiting on a third light here.
No good. I think she jumped the command a little bit on that one.
Yeah.
Again, patience.
And sometimes that's hard when you're super excited about that lift on the third attempt.
Extremely hard, but it's also disheartening when you miss it.
100%, especially for something like that.
Kinsey Van Witt coming in with 145 kilos on the bar. She got ghost knee sleeves, virus singlet. Am I calling out what people are wearing randomly? Yes, yes I am.
All right. Let's go, Kinsey.
Dropped it like not quite there. Stuck with the bar. I thought she was going to fall super forward on that one. Good catch on our spotters and loaders. Started to fall forward pretty decently, actually.
All right, 152.5 kilos here for Emily. That's 336 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Emily Ferren. 152.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Chelsea coming with 155 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 341.5 pounds.
This is a state record attempt here for Chelsea.
So the thing with state records is You have to be a resident of the state to get a state record of your state.
Correct.
You can't go to California and take a California state record if you're from
If
New
you don't
Mexico.
have an address in California.
Correct.
You don't live in California.
But you can set a New Mexico state record in a completely different state.
In Missouri.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Or you can set a Missouri state record here in Iowa.
Yeah. All right, just a few attempts left here on squats. Really solid squat with Chelsea on that one. Great depth, great strength.
3 white lights there for Chelsea.
I think she might have had just a little bit more left in the tank, but she's saving it for the rest of the day.
Right. All right, so Katie Andes has gone up 10 kilos here. 160 kilos. 352.
Bar is loaded for Katie Andes.
This is a national record attempt here for Katie. Katie's in the master class 40 to 44.
Fought through it.
Let's see what the judges say there. No lift.
No good.
Couldn't quite hit depth there on that.
All right, she's got bench coming up after this. And Zoe Morris coming in with 162.5 kilos on the bar. This is, again, a bigger jump than what happened from her first to her second. This is a 10-kilo jump.
All right. Good pick. Two-step walk out there for Zoe. Wow.
Not quite there.
Stayed with the bar. Good catch by the spotters and loaders there.
All right, Kia coming in with 165 kilos on the bar. 363.75. Spending an hour waiting for this thing to get up. Monolifts. That is the only downside to monolifts.
All right, we got Kaya Allen here. 165 kilos on the bar here for her.
All right, good walkout. Up, up, up. Easy.
Judges say here.
And the judges say 3 white lights. Lift is good for Kaya. When you travel a mile and a half, you want to make sure that you get depth. Also, I just noticed this, but she has green sparkles in her hair that matches her singlet.
Yeah, little
Love it.
It's fun.
Savannah Buskiness.
170 keys or 374 pounds.
The sheet is pretty handy, but like the words are really tiny.
It's like an Excel spreadsheet, but on paper.
It's even worse. There's no good organization to this.
I mean, it's
We're never going to get there. We're never going to get here. Get rid of it. Stop.
All right, let's go, Savannah.
Here. All right, good walkout. Fight through it.
I think that was better than her second attempt.
I think, in my opinion, that was just a little bit better than her second attempt.
I mean, her second attempt was really fast, too, but... All right, we got Grace here, 175 kilos going on the bar. This is the national record attempt here for Grace.
385 being loaded onto the bar. You know what? I'm just listening to the MC right now because he's got the easy view. Fight through it. I'm impressed. Color me impressed. That's all you need. It's a 66%. She's getting checked by the judges. Again, checking equipment to make sure that there is no tomfoolery going on. Yeah, there was... I freaking love the Sparkle Belt, by the way. I keep seeing them on the screen, and they look freaking amazing. Sorry. Oops. But powerlifting has kind of spread and changed and grown so much. Fight for it. Come on. Nope. Really good grind on her part. That was a great fight for that one. Yep. So the equipment, it used to be it only had to fit specifications, and then it could only be approved brands in certain federations, and that was that way for a while. And now we're back to being like, it doesn't matter because it's, as long as it matches standards, that's all that should matter. Correct. No, correct. There's standards, and there's approved standards, not approved brands. Ceci up next. A little 5-kilo jump to 190 kilos on the bar. This is kind of what I thought her next attempt would be. Something a little bit worthwhile. She's got to take full advantage of the squat, though. She's got to take full advantage of the wraps. Can't be afraid to assert dominance. Fight through it. I think they're going to say no. There's downward motion. The strength was there. There was just a little bit of downward motion. All right, Leslie coming up next. I did not realize that.
Leslie?
Leslie has no belt on.
She's got wraps on and no belt. You know, I think you do see some more female lifters, I think, choose to not wear a belt. Maybe they feel like, I've heard some people talk about how it decreases the pressure on their, like, pelvic floor. Oh, my goodness, look at her go. I think some people are also able to get more stability. Like, I believe Denise Herbert also chooses to not wear a belt, at least on deadlifts.
But did she pull conventional or sumo?
I believe she pulls conventional.
Okay. Which is actually a little bit more impressive, in my opinion. Sumo, if it's right, you're stacked. You're not using low back very much at all. All right. Casey missed this on her first and second attempt. We have to give her the energy of the crowd. She needs this to stay in the meet. Huge squat, 210 kilos.
Oh,
not quite there.
Fell forward there a little bit out of the hole. Good save by the spotters and loaders there.
Good job to our spotters and loaders for keeping them safe.
So unfortunately, she did not get a squat today. But she can choose to continue with the meet.
Correct.
She will not get a total at the end of the meet and is not eligible for best lifter of the day. And will not be able to take any records if she's only registered as a total.
Correct.
As a,
full power.
Full power. Thank you, Brian. She
But
could be registered as a push-pull or a bench only or a deadlift only.
and get a total there. However, uh, she will not get the total for the day, and that's a big thing to note. If you do not get at least one of each lift, you do not get a total for the day. If you are a full power lifter, now there will be a 20-minute intermission between squat and bench, where we'll be getting the platform rearranged, making sure that everything's ready to go. Everyone gets a break. So
this is a great time to maybe go warm up your lunch or use the restroom.
Use the restroom, warm up your lunch, cry a little bit. But we're excited to have you guys back here in 20 minutes. We should hopefully be able to bring in a couple interviews as the plan throughout the day during these intermissions to talk a little bit more about why, regionals are so important, why our sponsors do what they do. But we're excited to bring these things to you and can't wait to see you at the end of our intermission in T-minus 20-ish minutes. Way too tall.
I do. I do one of those fold-up wagons.
Use the potty upstairs.
I fucked that one up.
Your turn. Why not? Grandma's gonna do it too. I'm gonna start doing it. I'm a grandma. Uh-huh.
All right, and we are back. We are starting bench flight A. All right, we've got Angela up here first with 35 kilos, 77 pounds on the bar. Great looking opener there for Angela. So there are 3 bench commands that the lifter has to follow. They get a start command, a press command, and a rack command. So you get the start command when the bar is motionless at the top and your elbows are locked out. You get the press command when the bar has become motionless and is touching your chest. And then you get a rack command when your elbows are back to the same starting position with your elbows locked. All right, we've got Emily up here, 45 kilos on the bar for Emily.
So one thing with bench is there we go. Sorry, brain's back on. Anyway, one of the most important things to remember with bench is the judges are looking for 2 factors. One of them is the same with squat, making sure that the bar doesn't travel back up and down. But the other is you're going to see them kind of get a little bit low and make sure that their derriere, their posterior, stays in place in contact with the bench.
So there's a lot of rules that the side refs have to call and watch for as they are doing their role in ensuring the lift quality. So a lot of times you see judges look back and forth between, but you'll see the judges literally on the floor really watching to make sure that there's no light on the other side of their derriere. These openers are moving really fast for these lifters so far. All right, we got Stephanie up here, 55 kilos on the bar for her.
All right. Stephanie with, okay, that last name, Zarate, sounds like karate. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that lift right there.
Good lift.
3 highlights, lift is good. So one thing that lifters need to be very, very cautious and careful about on their bench is a little bit of a bounce. They need to be careful that there's not any like stopping on the chest, bouncing it a little bit, and then coming back up. There has to be absolutely no motion before they get that start command.
Yeah, so a lot of times you won't necessarily probably see that today till maybe the last flight. But what they call it heaving, where you kind of sink into your chest a little bit and then spring back up. That is technically allowed as long as you don't get the press command before you reach the downward point within your sink. If you get a quick press command and you haven't completed that downward motion, you have to press or you will get a red light for heaving inward downward motion with that bench. All right, we got a national record attempt here for Regina, 62.5 kilos on the bar.
You'll notice that her coach is giving her a handoff to help make the weight a little bit easier to get out of the rack, giving you a little bit more stability. Now, some lifters actually really thrive off of a handoff. I'm one of the weird lifters who I really don't like it because it's always so inconsistent.
I think one of the benefits of the WRPF is you can actually pick the person that gives you your lift off. Whereas in other feds, you may not necessarily, and it has to be the same individual that gives you the handoff throughout the entire flight.
Correct.
And so you get kind of like the variable that it's one of the spotters and loaders versus, say, your training partner
Correct.
or somebody from your drum that you're used to getting the consistent that knows you.
Exactly.
And I think one thing that a handoff can really screw people up on are people that have such a small range of motion, or their rack height is literally minuscule high enough for them to come out. I've seen it screw people up before.
Having some pretty
All right,
solid
let's see
press
if the
commands today.
judges say there. So 2 to 1, no lift. Should have a little bit of a downward motion as she was pressing up there. All right, we got Sierra here, 67.5 kilos. That's 148 pounds.
I will say the thing that I really kind of enjoy about bench is the variables. You have to be able to control the variables in bench to be really, really good at it.
And there's a lot of variables in bench. The bench itself that you're laying on is a variable.
Correct.
The carpet could be new carpet, it could be old carpet, it could be super slick. Today it is a brand spanking new shiny piece of carpet, but Sunday it'll have baby powder remnants potentially on it.
It'll have
it
a
could
lot
be,
of things.
It could be slick a little bit, so you have to be adaptable to those sort of changes.
Correct. And I mean, you and I are sitting about 4.5 feet away from one of the greatest bench pressers of all time, JP Price. I saw that smile right there. JP's over here trying to be humble, but he's the first American to walk out and squat 1,003 pounds. He's the first American to bench press 600, not squat 9, bench 6. Yep, it was bench 6, squat 1. Incredible athlete with a great beard. Decent beard.
All right, we got Andriana Smith here, 70 kilos on the bar.
So the bar is loaded for Andriana.
Oh, this is Annie.
154 pounds. Now, there will be a 1-minute runoff at the end of this because there are not enough people in the
Correct.
flight to maintain a 10-minute total run time.
Solid looking opener there for Annie. That was a state record attempt for her. All right, we got Elise up here, 70 kilos on the bar for her.
Good grind. Come on.
Man.
Lock it out.
See what the judges say there. 3 white lights.
3
good
white
lift.
lights. Lift is good. We'll see. It'll probably be a 2.5 to 5 kilo jump at most on that one.
Yeah. Angela Ferrante here, 37.5 kilos. Oh, so now here's the 1-minute runoff. And then we will begin our second attempts. All right, bars loaded here for Angela. This is 82 pounds.
Being handled by Darian from St. Louis, who's actually helping provide the camera for today.
Well, thank you.
He's so handsome. Such a handsome, honest man.
Competing on Sunday too.
He is actually competing on Sunday. So he's handling, he does a lot to help try to grow the sport.
100%.
Now, I will say that while you might think in the audience that these press commands may feel a little aggressively long, from here, they're definitely trying to, a lot of the lifters are coming down a lot slower, and they're trying to settle in. So again, sometimes you might be able to get away with a little bit quicker descent and hold it down there just a little bit better, but I also haven't straight bar benched in literally months.
That's funny. The whole point is you don't get the press command until the bar becomes motionless on your chest. So if it's wobbling at all, that's why I think a lot of people practice t-shirt press, or they try and do the soft touch so that way they can get that press command a little bit quicker.
Correct.
All right, Emily's attempting a state record here, 48 kilos. This record is also chipped because the traditional call would have been 47.5.
Yes. I didn't think you could chip state records at regional events. So my recollection was wrong. So you can chip state records at regional events.
All right, we got you, Shota, here. Three white lights there.
3 white lights, big old smile. Stephanie Zarate is up next, 60 kilos, being loaded onto the bar. Thank you, Al. Any record can actually be chipped at WRPF events.
Yeah.
All right, Stephanie coming in with that 60-kilo bench, getting herself nice and adjusted. Again, these press commands are being well executed. Lifters are following them to a T. This is what the sport is about. It's about control. It's about strength. It's about understanding what you are trying to do on the platform. Now, Regina is going for a national record attempt at 65 kilos, roughly 143.25 pounds.
All right, we got a national record attempt here at 65 kilos. All right, let's go.
All right, solid. When you make a national record look that easy, it almost feels wrong.
I know, right?
All right, Amina coming up next. She missed 62.5 kilos on her first attempt, jumped to 70 kilos. Again, interesting call. Typically, you don't want to go up. I believe that this was a... Oh, let's see. Solid. Great control on that one. All right, platform is ready for Miss Smith. 72.5 kilos loaded onto the bar.
This is a state record attempt here for Annie. Nice grind there for Annie. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, good lift.
Lift is good for Annie.
All right, we got Elise here, 72.5 kilos on the bar for her.
All right, good handoff. Fights for it.
Man, that is
Not quite there. Really good grind. But not quite there. It's all good. Breathing hard.
All right, we got Sierra Gribble up next, 72.5.
Sierra Gribble is up next. I don't know if Dale's in the audience, but he's here in spirit. All right, 72.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, good handoff. Really quick.
Good solid second attempt there for her.
Oh, yeah. I think he'll probably go up by, I think 5 kilos is there. You'd have to fight for it. But 2.5 is probably going to be the smarter call on that one. Again, it's if you want to build the total versus if you have a goal. I think I just heard 75 kilos, which is 2.5 kilo jump. All right, Angela Ferrante is coming up with 40 kilos being loaded onto the bar. She's made 2.5 kilo jumps each time.
And we are starting third attempts of Flight A.
We are, which means that there should be a 1-minute runoff. In 30 seconds, that'll be done, complete, ready.
So we're wrapping up that 1-minute runoff timer to make up the difference for that 10th lifter not being here anymore.
Bar is loaded for Angela, starting these third attempts. Des Moines bringing the heat today, but also the
It
chill.
does feel good.
All right, good start, Command. Good control on the way down. Ooh. Two to one, no lift. All right.
All
Bars
right, we have a
loaded for
national
Emily.
record attempt here.
I love our platform crew.
All right, 50.5 kilos here.
I'm gonna start getting a belt attached to all all people who do handoffs, and just pull them super far out of the way. There was a point where, ooh, another little chip on this one. 50.5. That would put you at what, 112, 113?
Great question.
Oh,
It puts you at 111.
111.33.
Yep. All right, lift was good there.
Good lift. All right. Coming back with 52.5 kilos on the bar.
So for those that have never competed before or aren't super familiar with powerlifting, what you could see just now is that she was adjusting the height of the face savers. And those are there for the lifter's safety as well. And that's just one of the rack heights that lifters are required to put in. When they go to check in, they set their face saver height as well as their rack height for the bench press.
And one thing that the lifters have been doing is they've been utilizing the rack to their advantage to kind of get a nice upper back tightness going on, which lets them get in a really good position to get tension throughout the entire lift. Quick speed on that one, and the
Did
judges
not
say
look like a third attempt. That was
not
way too
remotely.
easy.
Again, super excited about that.
She needs to put some weight on the bar. All right, we got Stephanie up here next, 62.5.
Stephanie coming in with a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Wow.
Nice.
We're seeing some thirds looking closer to seconds, in my opinion, right now. I feel like the lifters are finally starting to get warm.
That's a good lift. All right, we have another. We're hitting all kinds of national records here today.
National records, state records, emotional records.
Personal records.
I haven't hit any.
Regina's got a national record attempt here at 70 kilos.
Bars loaded for Regina Davidson. 5 kilo jump. Interesting. Again,
This is 154 pounds.
I think some people like to see that number on the bar. Like, you do this in the gym, this is basically a red. You'd have to add another 2.5 keys each side to get to an actual red on comp day.
On comp day, yes.
And that's why I said the gym. Thank it.
Man, what a fight. Not quite there, though, for her.
Good fight.
So this is a 45 or 20 kilo bar.
Yes.
It's a 20 kilogram bar, and then we have collars that are each 2.5 kilos.
Correct. Which that means that again, it's technically 5 kilograms lighter. Not even technically, it just is 5 kilograms lighter than the squat bar that was on
Correct.
squat.
Correct. This bar's diameter is also a little bit smaller than the squat bar was, and it is a shorter bar. All right. Ooh, not quite there for Elise. All right, we got Annie up next with a state record attempt at 73 kilos. This is 0.5 kilos up from her last. She's chipping her own record.
I'm chipping a record.
Yep.
We keep chipping away. And you know what? That's how you build a total for the day. Did I mean to rhyme that? Absolutely not. Did I do it on purpose? Maybe.
No way.
Shh.
Let's go, Annie. Oh man, she's sticking with it.
Fighting through it.
Oh,
there was a little bit of downward. I think she won't quite get that. There was a little bit too much.
Probably a couple different things there. There was some downward motion a couple different times with the bar. I did see her waist lift a little bit, so it could be that her glutes also might have come off of the bench.
Honestly,
we call that a gym PR in the business.
You know what we call that? We call that 3 white lies for the grind. You guys can't see it, but our MC is getting warmed up. He's getting ready for the day.
All right, we've got 76 kilos on the bar here for Sierra. Not quite there on the third player for Sierra. All right. We've got another state record attempt here for Amina. 77.5 kilos on the bar.
Amina coming in. Another 7.5 kilo jump.
7.5 kilos at this much weight is a pretty big jump.
A huge jump.
I don't even know that I enjoy jumping 7.5 kilos more than after my second attempt. I'll do it on my first attempt bench.
Not quite there. It's okay.
Yeah, that is okay.
You know what? On the board, has the bench.
Oh.
Holly Jacobson coming in. I guess we're at the start of Flight B. B for, I was going to say baller again, but I already said.
Bench.
Ooh, B for bench. Does that mean D for deads? We didn't have. Does that mean that Flight B is going to go crazy on the bench? Is this a prophecy? We won't know. Bars loaded for Holly. 52.5 kilos loaded onto the bar. Remember, you gotta stay confident when it comes to your bench press.
All right, we got state record here for Jen, 55 kilos.
All right, I pulled up my favorite website for this, guys. I'm gonna see if it works today. It's the What Animal Can You Lift calculator. Cool. All right, so Jen is lifting 55 kilos, 121 pounds. This is a desert bighorn ewe. It's a desert goat.
You. E-U-E. You.
I know, that's why I said ew. All right, good control. All right, lift is good.
All right, we got Emily up next. This is 55 kilos or 121 pounds.
You love it when the spotters and loaders are having a good day on the platform.
Oh, 100%.
Smiling, laughing,
Having fun?
shaking hands, kissing babies. All right, Emily coming in with 55 kilos on the bar. Great job, Emily. Really good control. Next up is Kennedy Apgar, 62.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, good handoff. All right, great job on that re-rack right there. Now, one thing that is kind of difficult about bench from a lifter perspective is when we were talking about those 3 commands, sometimes it's a little bit harder to hear them than what you would think. The judges are still doing hand commands. And actually, if you are hard of hearing, you can request them to come do the commands above your face so you can actually see what's going on. But there have been times where I've been paranoid that I didn't hear one of the commands, so I waited an extra long time.
Oh my gosh. In the Olympics, the Special Olympics specifically, they have bench press, and they don't have a press command in the bench press. There's a rule that's an expectation that you pause it long enough to meet the standard.
That's interesting. Because
Yeah.
how do you, I guess, when it comes to that, how would you police that? Like,
The same way police.
random lane with nothing to go?
Brian.
I do think that there are some interesting changes that have been happening in powerlifting lately. So powerlifting as a sport has evolved dramatically over the last 100 years. It used to be that powerlifting was the squat, the deadlift, and the overhead press. And then it eventually got to the point where the overhead press started to be the bent press. And then it became, because they'd start to lean over super far back and just press it straight off of their chest, because they found that they could get a little bit more that way.
Interesting.
And then from there, it evolved into, so we got the actual bench press. And even then, gear wasn't a thing for a very long time. People started to wear, like, jeans. The original, like, single ply was, like, denim. Literally denim pants and denim shirts, because they found it helped them get a little bit of extra out of their bench.
How many women competed in those days?
Not that many. Not a lot. I would not be able to tell you that portion of anything. But I can
Probably
tell you,
less than 5, right?
I'd say it would have been.
At a meet.
At
At
a,
one
a-
meet,
at a
less
meet,
than 5.
that would be my assumption. Could be wrong, but that would be pretty accurate because there were meets that I did, 7, 8 years ago where there'd only be 2 or 3 women at meets.
Here we have a whole day
There
of
are,
only women.
I believe, 50 plus women competing today, which is huge. There are women-only meets, which is incredible. The growth of the sport has been just astronomical and something that I've fallen in love with. Seeing how we've grown as a community, as a talent pool. Again, we've talked about it before, but it was impressive for a guy to, squat 400 pounds at 165 weight class. Now,
We have teenagers doing
teenagers doing it. We have women,
that. Your teenagers pulling 600 pounds.
600 pound. Women have, in my opinion, women and younger lifters have helped blow up the sport
Oh,
to
100%.
places that we didn't think was possible. Really smooth bench press for Jasmine right there.
That was a great opener.
Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Now, as I've also mentioned earlier, right now what we're doing is, you have 3 attempts throughout flights, and the bar is what is called, your bar goes up and then you unload it and you go back up. However, powerlifting back in the, 90s and before, you used to have to follow yourself. So there would be a point where you would, it was only an ascending bar, meaning the bar never got deloaded to a certain weight. So sometimes you'd have to follow yourself.
All right, see what the judges say on this one. So, as you guys noticed at the bottom off of her chest, she kind of had some some awkward upward motion, almost like a pop. I'm not sure if I don't think she meant to do something like that, but
Well, she's holding her low back right now.
yeah. So I don't know if maybe cramping is a common issue on bench press, I feel like, and you can really cramp anywhere in your entire body.
Hamstring, lat,
Glutes.
glutes. It's interesting that it's your hamstrings and glutes that seem to get people the most on bench.
Or your lats. Your lats can get really crampy too.
I'm trying to think. I can think maybe once or twice that I've cramped on bench. I've just never been that good of a bencher to cramp. Unlike you, Christy,
I
who
was saying
cramps
my
once a
glutes,
week.
that was the thing.
Once a week.
The other day, I was doing sets of 5 and my glutes were cramping. I think it's all based on how tight you truly get on the bench there. Come on, Lois.
All right. Looked solid. It
little-
looked like there might have been a little bit of a pause potentially on the way up. 3 white lights, lift is good. Now there can be a pause on the way up, but there cannot be a downward motion after that
Correct.
pause.
You can stutter, rock back and forth, but you cannot go up and down.
Correct. Now, you might see, we have a little bit of a unique angle since we can see it from the front. Some of the judges might not be able to see if there is up and down motion on the bar.
Correct.
The head judge might see it. The 2 side judges might not. And that's one way that you can...
Or one side might see and the other side might not.
Correct. So, we might see some wibble wobble on the bench that a judge might not see, and they can't see everything. So they might be able to give the lifter that lift because they're only able to comment what they see, not what somebody tells them.
Oh, correct. Yeah, it's 100%.
All right. Future Dr. Popejoy.
Let's go, Bree. This is 78 kilos for her opener here. It's a national record attempt. It's 171.96 pounds.
I mean, bench press has actually, in my opinion, grown the most for women. Almost more so than squat and deadlift. Oh, interesting.
That's okay. You can retake it.
You got 3 shots. It's also, you'll see lifters chalking their upper back on bench to make sure they don't slip and slide around.
I've missed my opening bench and my second attempt bench before.
I have also done that.
Mine was because my glutes kept coming up, so then I changed my bench. I almost basically had to Larson press it on my third. I got it though.
Mine was my first meet ever.
But that's why it's a rep that you can do routinely over and over again.
If you're smart. So these lessons that I tell you aren't because I haven't experienced it. It's because I learned my lesson the hard way.
He's learned Brian's lessons from Brian. All right, Laura here, 80 kilos. This is also a national record attempt.
Ooh, really quick. Great job, Laura.
3 white lights there.
Yeah, in my first meet, I missed my press command. I missed one of the commands on my first bench, and then I went up 20 pounds. And I missed it on strength. Good news is I got on my third. You ever watch Harry Potter? It's sheer dumb luck.
We've got Ashley Wilson here, 85 kilos. This is a national record attempt as well. How many national record attempts have we had back to back? 3, 4?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
How many have we had today? I couldn't tell you.
Oh, I couldn't tell you either. Super cool, though. All right, let's go, Ashley.
Ooh, solid. Good bench. Great bench.
Good lift for Ashley.
All right, back to the start of the order. Putting some yellows and some chippy boys on. Giving us 57.5 keys on the bar.
2.5 kilos are awful big chips, Brian.
I eat a lot of chips.
What's your favorite chip?
Obviously, tortilla chip, fresh in a restaurant
Oh,
with some
okay.
salsa.
Okay.
Come on, is there
okay.
any other? Is there any better chip than a hot tortilla chip? A little bit of salt, some fresh pico de gallo. I don't think so.
I don't know. Have you ever had ghost pepper chips from Trader Joe's?
They're okay, but like, to me, nothing beats that fresh fried tortilla.
All right, we got 57.5 kilos here for Holly.
All right, locked herself in. Ooh, let's see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, she jumped the press command. She knew it. We couldn't see it from over here, but she definitely knew that that's what happened.
Strength was definitely there, but they were not.
Yeah.
Situation. Unless cheese balls count as chips, I've eaten an entire tub of cheese balls before.
I don't know the last time I had cheese balls.
They're amazing.
I don't know about
They're
that.
crunchy and delicious.
I wouldn't call them crunchy, though.
Cheese balls?
I'm more of a crunchy Cheeto, not a soft Cheeto. Not a Puffs.
Well, yeah, obviously. Puffs are inferior compared to like crunchy Cheetos.
All right, Jen's got a state record attempt here, 58 kilograms.
Again, our judges are being incredibly consistent with their press commands. Loving that.
All right, we have another national record attempt here. Emily is up with 60 kilograms.
All right, bar is loaded for Emily.
I want to correct that. Last record was also a national record attempt, not a state record.
We're just setting up national records
I
and knocking
know.
them down. Good fight.
Oh,
Come
man,
on,
what
press
a
out
fight.
to the tries.
Let's keep going.
Nope. Let's see. Nope, buck came up. Good catch from our spotters. Come back, try it again. You got a second attempt. Definitely don't go up. All right, Kennedy Apgar coming in with 65 kilos on the bar. Now, one thing that we didn't see today on the monolift that we might see tomorrow is adjustment of the arms. And we'll talk about that when it happens. I'm only thinking about that because I saw somebody tightening the arms on the Ghost Track that we are currently using.
Yeah, so a lot of times you'll only see that for essentially the big boys.
Correct.
For guys that have limited range of like shoulder mobility,
Smooth.
That was smooth. Good lift there for Kennedy. Same weight here for Emily.
The bar is loaded for Emily. One thing that I'm really enjoying about today's meet is it's bringing the, central region together. We have refs coming from Nebraska,
St. Louis,
St.
Kansas
Louis.
City.
Yeah. And actually, the meet is being hosted by Jake Hartman from Des Moines and JP Price from Kansas City.
Correct.
So these are two directors used to running meets, for their respective state. Not quite there for Emily, but they're really trying to build powerlifting as a whole into something bigger and better than what it currently is, which is already leagues above where we have been in the past.
Even within the last couple of years, I feel like you went from like when live streaming first became a thing, like we talked about earlier, it was literally just a camera, silent, no music.
Hey, I had some music.
I'm not talking about your first, but like you could tune into a live stream and be able to watch. But before that, you didn't even have a live stream.
Before that, you had to go. You didn't even have a lifting cast. You had to wait
it's-
until somebody posted it on their Instagram to tell you about it.
Well, or Facebook, or not at all, and just by word of mouth. Not quite there for Miranda on her second attempt.
All right, 159 for Jasmine, but just the fact that powerlifting has grown more accessible, I think, is huge. And what these directors and what the WRPF is trying to do with regionals is establish a higher national standard.
And a more consistent standard, I think, too, across the whole nation versus just a bunch of local meets and then a nationals, and then you have your big meets as well.
And the other thing paired with that is when these meet directors get to work together, they trade ideas back and forth on how to make
they learn from each
better.
other.
Correct. All right, Jasmine gets that start command. Really, really good control on the chest.
That
right
was
there.
that was good. That was a good second.
Probably a 2.5 kilo jump on this next one.
Lift is good. 3 white lights there for Jasmine.
Mallory.
Got Mallory up next.
She missed this on her first attempt. This is 72.5 kilos.
So Mallory is actually registered in the open push pull class.
Really good
pretty.
control. Like that lift.
Good lift. I wonder if that
Great.
first lift was just like a weird misgroove, like brain connection type thing.
Potentially. Who knows? I mean, it could be anything from...
Could have been a cramp.
Could have been a cramp. Could have been your body just saying, not this one, which has happened.
Oh, 100%. All
But
right,
we're
we
almost
got,
done with second attempts, moving on to third attempts. Like I said,
we've got 4 more seconds, and then we move on to thirds.
bar is loaded at 165 for Lois.
Let's go, Lois.
Good
Stick
fight
with
through that
it.
one. Judges say 3 white lights,
Good lift.
lift is good. All right, Bree Popejoy coming in. Missed this on her first attempt, coming back for this on her second.
All right, let's go, Bree. This is the national record attempt here for Bree. Come on,
Fight
stick with
through
me.
it.
Come
Lock
on,
out
come
your
on.
right. Oh, not
man.
quite there. So, Laura is coming up with 82.5 kilos on the bar.
Something to remember for her is she also has a national record squat attempt too, and to be able to keep that national record, she has to get a bench press. She has to get a total. So that's a lot of stress put on yourself for your third attempt.
Now, I don't want to say that powerlifters are a superstitious bunch. We're a superstitious bunch sometimes.
You can hit the third bench.
You
You're missing
can.
The first two. I'm a
We're both proven.
experienced individuals here, but
Her right arm was a little bit behind her left arm on that
Yeah.
one.
and that does bring up a good rule. Come on, Laura.
Solid. Great job,
so
Laura.
within the WRPF, your lockout has to be even. It cannot be uneven.
Yes.
In the USAPL or IPF, you can actually have an uneven lockout, which some people have probably seen. But in this federation, the lockout has to be even. Ashley's up with 90 kilograms here for her national record attempt.
Yeah, I just want to point out how good of a job our spotters and loaders are doing.
Everything's moving really efficiently. People are staying safe.
We didn't have any drop squats today. Huge. All right, good handoff. Good tension. You can actually see her hamstrings and legs activating.
All right, I see the judges say there. 2-1, good lift.
All right, solid. All right, we're back to the start of the flight. 57.5 kilos for Holly. She missed this on her second attempt.
All right, we've got Holly up next here. 57.5 for her third attempt.
I keep getting distracted. The sparkly belt just keeps popping up. I'm like, what is that? I might have to get one for myself. A sparkly belt. Oh. Not quite there. Kept it on her chest. Didn't quite have the strength to push through it. It's okay. It happens. You got deadlifts to come up with. Jen coming in with 60 kilos on the bar. A national record attempt for Jen.
132 pounds.
One thing to always keep in mind, though, when it comes to something like your bench press, is be careful how much chalk you put on your rear end.
Yeah, rear end chalk, it's not smart. You're just, especially if you're in a black singlet, you got a black bench and a black singlet. Man, especially if you have glute issues.
You're
it just
asking
makes
the
sense.
judge to
No need to put extra light whiting. Like,
make
don't
it.
need to highlight it.
No. I do think they should make some black chalk, though. That'd be pretty freaking cool. Come on. Oh, not quite there. Again, told the spotters and loaders to take it. That's okay.
That's all right.
She had a good fight with it. All right, Emily coming in with another national record attempt. Missed us on her second. Bar is super loaded.
Man, girls got some fight.
Ah, not quite there. That's okay.
It's just one of those most interesting lifts because I feel like sometimes For most people, it just hits you like a brick wall. Your second attempt can fly off your chest, and it can move so well. You add 2.5 kilos
And
to that
it's
bar.
brick wall.
Yeah. You
The
can
other-
add 500 grams, and it could hit you like a brick wall.
The other thing, and I've been having some interesting discussions lately. You hit some brick walls a lot quicker than what you think you would with certain lifts. Like upper body lifts you're able to grind them out just a little bit more, in my opinion. It's weird. I'm able to grind out upper body lifts much more than lower body lifts.
Deadlift would be
Deadlift doesn't count. Deadlift doesn't count.
Yes, it does. You're in a powerlifting competition here, Brian.
I'm just saying in general, I've noticed that I'm able to grind out upper body typically more than I would lower body sans deadlifts.
I completely disagree with that statement.
I'm glad that you do. It means that we're not identical twins.
Well, there is one factor that keeps us from being identical that is very quite obvious.
You're blonde, I'm not.
No, you have a Y chromosome and I do not.
Son of a gun.
All right, Miranda's up here for her third attempt, trying to retake that second attempt here, 65 kilos for her. Miranda is local to Des Moines. She is a chiropractor, and she also does body tempering.
Oh.
Yeah.
Body tempering is is a painful way to get fixed, but it works. Nope, not quite
It's not quite there. That's okay.
Again, that same conversation. You had 2.5 kilos, and it just sometimes you're the hammer, and sometimes you're the nail, and sometimes you're the board. 154 pounds for Kennedy Apgar. All right, good control on the way down. Really quick off the chest. Wow. Solid 3 white lights, Christy. What do you think?
I think she's close grip benching. Her hands are so close together.
Just incredible. All right, Mallory coming in with the national record attempt, 75.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. That puts us at just a little bit over 166 pounds, I believe.
166.45.
See, a little bit over.
Yep.
Mathematically speaking. Actually, I could say it's over 1 pound and still be right.
All right, this is a national record attempt here for Mallory.
Wow. That actually almost looked better than her second attempt.
3 white lights there for her.
All right.
We are breaking all kinds of records today.
Every record in the book.
Almost every record in the book.
Have we hit an international? I know we've hit state and national records. I feel like we've broken at least one world record.
We did have an all-time world record. Ashley had a squat one.
So we've literally breaking records across the board. Jasmine coming in with 78 kilos on the bar. State record attempt.
Let's go, Jasmine. 171 pounds.
We're getting over and over and over again on these benches.
That's a grind. Oh, not quite there.
All right. Pope Joy coming in with 78 kilos on the bar.
This
Misses.
is a national record attempt. Let's get behind her here.
Misses
She
on
needs
her
this one
first
to
and her
stay in the
second.
meet.
All right, let's send some good energy her way. This is huge.
Let's go, Bree.
Not quite there.
Being a good sport, though.
Great sport. I've been in that same spot, and I wasn't half as nice. Mainly because I fainted at the top.
You fainted? I forget. This is the meat that you didn't eat at all, right?
Correct.
Was this your
Bla-
honey meat?
Didn't even have anything.
Oh, boy.
I had like a Snickers given to me by somebody
Oh, boy.
and a banana.
But you know, Snickers did that on their part because they advertised themselves as a pick-me-up type thing.
It was a snack size Snickers.
Oh, boy. All right, let's go, Ashley.
Ashley Wilson.
92.5 here. This is the national record attempt.
Solid control on the way down. Not quite there.
Just not there today, and that's okay.
All right, we are starting light C bench press.
All right, we are back to the beginning, Flight C.
Mischenko opening up with 45 kilos on the bar. All right. A lot of mobility.
I was just gonna say, I don't think we've seen a ton of like big arches today. She might be one of the first bigger arches we've had.
Well, not just that, but if you take a look at her bench, her legs were super far back, but her heels were still touching the ground in flats.
Right. Bench is another. Every lift within powerlifting is really like you can kind of fine-tune your setup based on how your anatomy allows you to.
Correct.
If you have long femurs, obviously your squat's going to look different than somebody that doesn't have long femurs. but they might have more advantages with their deadlift.
Well, and not only your femur length, but your joint.
Well, and your arm length here
Correct.
too. So arm length makes a big impact on your range of motion for bench press, and you can move your hands inside, like along the side of the bar to decrease that range of motion. But you can't make your arms any shorter than what you're allowed to within the rules.
No.
Whereas like on deadlift, if you have longer arms, your range of motion is less.
Yes. And then there are people who are built like me who are just should be good at all the lifts.
You're good at reps, Brian. It's fine.
I'm great. Listen, if it's not a powerlifting event, I'm great at it.
I'd like to see you do a strongman meet, actually.
I'd probably hurt myself at this point.
I don't know. Worth a shot. All right, we got 50 kilos on the bar here for Becky.
There is one disadvantage to strongman that I can't battle against no matter what I do. Even the lightweight guys are like 2 inches, 3 inches taller than me. Wow.
That
was
a
some
speedy opener.
that accelerated. Like that wasn't just like fast. That got faster as she got up. She's got some guns on her. Got some guns.
All right, we got Tatiana up here, 57.5 kilos on the bar for her.
One thing that I really enjoy about how meets have changed is the quality of equipment has actually increased dramatically.
Oh, like dramatically.
Insanely. Like these ghost racks can literally be dropped out of the back of a vehicle going 90. You could still probably use it to the same degree.
I don't know about that
Okay,
one, Brian.
might be being dramatic, I understand. But the durability seems to be lasting really well. The understanding of
I will say an ER rack, though. Pretty durable, too.
they've been I know which ones you're talking about.
Oh, 100%.
Those things have been around for 7 years at this point.
Used daily, multiple times daily, adjusted height, used in meets, used in warm-up rooms, used.
Been literally beaten, battered, and bruised.
They've held anything from a bar with collars all the way up to
1003.
Okay.
1008.
Yeah, okay.
1008.
All right, Tatiana, 57.5 here.
Close grip. Another really close grip.
I think that's closer than my close grip.
That's absolutely close. My close grip is not that close because I like my shoulders to stay alive.
Inside your normal competition grip.
1 inch in, technically close grip. Again, it's been so long since I've actively benched, I could not tell you where I'd feel comfortable right now.
Really?
I can tell you where I'd be comfortable on incline.
Oh, no. Bench is my favorite lift, though. What's your favorite lift? Of the big three.
Of the big
We're
three,
powerlifting meet here, Brian. What is your favorite powerlifting lift?
it really depends on the day. Currently,
Yes. If you were to do any of the three today, what is your favorite?
if I could do any of the three and do anything that I wanted, deadlift all day, every day. Conventional grip and rip deadlift. All day. Like, don't get me wrong, squat is my baby. But every now and then, you just gotta pull something heavy off the floor. There's no lies to it. There's whether you get it or you don't.
I love bench press.
I hate bench press with a passion.
You're laying down, first of all. And so it's nice and casual. I don't feel like you have to amp yourself up as much. The warm-ups go by so much faster because you don't have to warm up as high.
You're right, but like at the same
I mean,
point in
it's
time,
the halftime of a powerlifting meet, but
it's to me. I think bench press is exciting enough as it is. It's just not one that I enjoy.
that's a pretty opener there for a
Wow.
while. 60 kilos.
Oh, she did the zombie. She did the zombie up.
My spine is not mobile enough to do the zombie.
I used to be able to do that.
Did you?
I think my back would break right now.
Sometimes if you did abs the day before, you have to roll.
Oh,
You do the tuck and roll off
You
the
do-
bench.
you do the cry.
All right, Rebecca Ross here, 62.5 kilos. look really nice so far.
People, I think,
They're really good calls.
making really good calls. The other thing is when you see somebody bomb out on bench, you have the ability to change your openers X amount of time before.
Yeah, but it's before your flight starts.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, you saw somebody bomb out previously. If you have a coach who's paying attention, you're like, oh, they're being extra strict with it. You can adjust it to make sure that you get it. Most people aren't paying that close of attention.
I think you just have to adjust you have to have a solid opener, and then you have to make it dependent on how your warm-ups move. Like, you can technically go up or down with your opener.
Correct. As long as you get it before your flight starts.
Yeah.
There might even be like 1 to 2 minutes before your flight starts.
That's correct.
Again, while Christy over here is a walking, thesaurus of powerlifting.
I have a Google. Is what I have here. It is 5 minutes prior to the start of the flight's first attempt.
So it's 5 minutes, okay.
Yep. All right, we got Dakota up here, 65 kilos. She is a junior, 13 to 15.
The hype Dakota, Dakota the Phenom.
This is a national record attempt.
Yes, it is.
She's strong.
Very strong. And I'm not going to say it comes down to, the fact that she's wearing red chucks and I believe a black and red singlet, but I think that helps.
Anything that allows the lifter to be more confident on the platform helps.
A little bit slow right there. But just because it's slow doesn't mean it's not a good lift.
All right, we have Dahlia up next, 67.5 kilos here.
Dahlia coming in, setting up. Yeah, if I tried to get that much of an arch, my spine would cramp. Not my back, my spine would cramp. It's not even physically possible, but it's what would happen.
As long as your glutes are in contact with the bench and your shoulders are in contact, you're good to go.
Correct, and your glutes cannot come up. Your
feet have to be touching either a platform. So some lifters need a little bit of a height advantage or a little bit of height help. So they're actually allowed to have boxes placed underneath their feet.
Yep.
They can choose to do that just to give them that extra little bit of a advantage height.
A little bit of a boost, a little bit of a boosty boost. A bench booster, perhaps.
Bench booster,
It's kind of like a booster seat.
A bench booster.
But your shoulders can also not come up off the bench.
But your head can.
Your head can.
Your head can, and your heels can actually not touch. So just your toes can touch the floor.
The only thing that has to be touching the floor on bench is your toes.
Correct. They cannot scoot though.
Correct. If they wiggle wobble.
Most of the time, if your foot flies forward, you're not going to get red lighted because of that. You're going to get red lighted because you miss the bench.
You miss your bench. I'm gonna be fully honest here. If you were able to like have your foot explode out from underneath you and still get your bench, as a judge, I'd just give it to you at that point because dang, that's impressive. Really good.
Pretty bench. 82.5, 180, 181. That was easy.
Oh, is her back cramping a little bit? I think her back's cramping a little bit. All right, Rosie is coming up next. 85 kilos loaded onto the bar. Red, white collar.
Let's go, Rosie.
Really quick. All right, 3 white lights. Lift is good for Rosie. Probably going to be a 7.5 kilo jump on that one. Maya coming in with a 220 opener? Dang.
It's important to note she is duly registered, so she's registered as a junior, as you guys can see on your screen, but she's also registered in the open as well for the 75 kilo.
All right. Huge bench
Maya competes
for
in
Maya.
the 75 kilo weight class.
It's interesting. This isn't even a national record or state record. Ooh. Wow. I think she might go for 240 by her third. It was a national record. They just forgot to tell the. So if it's a national record, it is not the judge's responsibility to track that.
It is the athlete's
It is the
responsibility.
athlete's responsibility to tell the judges this is going to be a national record. Forgot that we hadn't mentioned that at all yet. Bar is loaded. Missed his first attempt, coming back at a 2.5 kilo jump for Mishchenko.
Well, let's
Smooth.
see what the judges say. Good lift. There we go.
How does the song say it? Smooth like butter? I don't know. I think it's a modern day pop song. I'll think about it later.
Okay.
I'll be lying in bed tonight and just send a text message to my wife being, I remember what the song was, babe. She'll ask me what, and I'll be like, I don't remember. You weren't there.
All right, Julie's here with 52.5 kilos on the bar, 115 pounds. Good lift there for Julie. We got Becky up next, 55 kilos. Wow, look at that second. That second flew.
Easy work.
Her coach said, just like the opener. And lift is good. All right. We got Tatiana up next, 62.5 kilos. Second there. 2-1. we got Lauren up here, 65 kilos going on the bar, 143 pounds. Hey! 3 white lights there.
Rachel McBurney coming in with 65 kilos on the bar. Seriously, that last name is so baller, though.
Bernie?
McBurney.
This is a national record attempt.
Great start command. Solid control. Looks like she.
Man.
Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. It almost, again, felt like she tried to predict the command a little bit too quickly and gave it to herself. Like, it was right when she said go. Bar is loaded for Jeanette Primer.
Pretty good looking second attempt. Lift is good. All right, Brooke Thompson's up here, 65 kilos. All right, let's go, Brooke. Wow, that was like an opener.
Almost faster on the way up than it was on the way down. All right, Rebecca Ross, double R. 67.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Everybody's had pretty benches today. No lift.
No lift, not
Guessing
quite
it was
sure
for
why. Dahlia coming in next. 72.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. You know what the worst part about bench is for me?
What?
If I accidentally put my ponytail or my like top knot in the wrong spot and it digs into my head in a weird way.
You and most women.
I know, that's why I'm saying I can understand the struggle. Like that's the worst part about bench for me. It's just if I do my like top knot in the wrong way, just it digs in. I'm like, this is so awkward.
You want to know what's worse?
What?
I don't bench with my hair down. but some women do wear their hair down on meet day.
And when they get a handoff, somebody steps on their hair and slides on it.
100%.
I wonder who's done that to
Oh.
their wife before.
Oh no. Not me, not mine. Oh, Brian. Hey, like we talked about earlier, Brian is
Wealth of
learning
mess
everybody's
ups.
lessons for them. All right, Dakota's up here with a national record attempt, 72.5. 7.5 kilos up from her first attempt. Wow.
Solid. Probably
3 white lights there.
looked like her face looked a little red on that one. Obviously, it's a little bit of a. Oh my.
So one thing about Des Moines that I have noticed, Brian, is there are some of the
Yes.
nicest people here. Last night we walked over to dinner and people were like saying hi to us at nighttime on the streets.
So-
Everybody in the hotel that I've encountered has been super nice.
It's super interesting. The Midwest is such a friendly place, but Des Moines feels like an extra friendly place.
Oh, 100%. It's like the Midwest of the Midwest. I had a tenderloin sandwich last night. It was so good. Let's go, Anna. That was a nice soft
Ooh.
touch.
Anna with at great bench press. Looks like her back's not
3
cramping
white
on this
lights.
one. Rosie coming in with a 198.
90 kilos. Let's go, Rosie.
We're about to see some really fun stuff on bench, I think. Nope, not quite there.
It's not there for Rosie. She does a good job staying with the bar, though, to help the spotters and loaders back into the rack.
Maya White coming with, wow.
Man. Woo, this is, I have goosebumps right now.
236.
I love these benches.
You love big benches.
I love
You love
big
big benches
benchers.
and you cannot lie. All right, make sure that the rack is properly adjusted. Battening down the hatches. 7.5 kilo jump, but let's be
At
honest.
this weight, that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Let's go, Maya. Oh my goodness!
Smooth.
Look how nice that was. Let's see what the judges
Probably
say.
a 5.
3 white lights. Heck yeah.
I think probably a 5 kilo jump from there would be a good way to go. I think that'd be a pretty good bench. All right, Mishchenko going for 50 kilos on the bar. 110 pounds. Then we'll move on to the final flight of the day. All right, platform is ready. Ooh. Not quite there. I think her butt came up on that one.
And a couple of things happened there too. So she got the start command, and she actually looked like her glutes came up before she even got to her chest. So I don't know. A lot of things can cause things like that.
But feet could have been in the wrong place.
100%. Or you could cramped.
Yeah.
A lot of things cause that. So I mean, she had the like glutes and the downward motion that she was coming up with the bar just now, but I also think that maybe that would have impacted her lift as well. All right. 55 kilos here for Julie, 121 pounds. Woo!
Good push through for Julie.
Knock the camera over. Don't touch the camera.
All right.
See what
With
it's
the
gonna say.
bubbles.
Oh,
Ah.
good.
That's them big triceps kicking in.
That was the first one she had to try on.
You know what they say?
What do they say?
I was hoping that you knew.
Oh, okay.
Lauren Helmka.
All right, Lauren. 148 pounds here, 67.5 kilos on the bar.
Up on her toes. Leveraging herself out of the rack.
Yeah, so you'll see people get really high up on their traps, either by putting their feet up on the bench or using their toes to really push them. All right, 67.5 kilos here for Tatiana.
Oh.
Oh, come on, fight, fight, fight.
Oh.
Man, she really fought on that one.
Great fight, great grit.
No
Not
lift,
quite
though.
there. And
Uh,
all right, Rachel McBurney coming in next. 67.5 kilos on the bar. Great control all the way to the bottom. Not quite there. Shook her head that she didn't get that one. That's okay. Jeanette Freimer coming in next. All right, 68 kilos on the bar for this state record attempt. A little bit off the chest,
You
but
can
then
tell when those elbows flare. Not very many people get away with those elbows flaring and being able to get that lift.
you got to be special.
Savannah is one that gets away with it.
Special. And I mean that with love.
Gymnastics, though, growing up, though. She built different.
Savannah, one of our friends from down in Kansas City, former gymnast,
Yes.
enthusiast.
No. Like,
Love. No, I mean,
competitive.
no, I mean,
Oh,
what I mean is enthusiastic.
enthusiastic. All right,
Her-
Rebecca Ross here, 70 kilos.
Jumped 2.5 kilos after she missed her second attempt.
But that third, let's see what the refs say. It's good.
3 white lights.
I don't know why she missed her second.
Commands, butt came up,
Oh.
something. Somewhere in there. We can throw out 3 guesses, and one of them will probably be, hey, all we need to be is 33% right.
Correct.
All right, Brooke Thompson coming in. 5 kilo jump after a 7.5 kilo jump.
All right, Brooke Thompson here, 70 kilos. Wow, that didn't even look like a third.
That doesn't even make any sense. That looked like a second.
That was nice.
Throwing that great red on there next.
All right, Dahlia's up here, 77.5 kilos. That is 170 pounds. Maya only went up 2.5 kilos on her next attempt. So that should put her at, she did 237, so it'll put her at 242.
Yep. Again, I think she's going for a total.
Hey, 242, like,
Great fight from Dahlia. 242 is a wall.
it's
You
nothing
get
to
it.
stop at.
No, and what I mean by that is you cross a 242 and suddenly things seem a little easier mentally for me. Like when I did it
No,
for me,
absolutely not.
what I mean is like mentally, not physically.
The battle between 242 and 265 as a female is like painful. I don't know how many meets 242.5 was my best bench. 2 or 3. One of those times it was my opener. In my third attempt.
There it is. I was waiting for that.
Yeah. All right, let's go, Dakota. 77.5.
Nope. Oh, no.
So she didn't get this, but notice that they waited to give that press command until the bar became motionless because she bounced
Yep.
on her chest. And she's young. She's got a lot of growing to do. She's got a lot of years left in this sport.
Got
so-
some gumption in her.
Exactly.
All right, Rosie is coming up next.
It's time to be real if you partake in that social media. Let's cheer Rosie on here first. 90 kilos.
90 kilos?
This
Music's
on her
getting hype.
second. Hopefully she can get this on her third here. Rosie's been working really hard. Ooh, no, just not there. It's okay.
Anna
So-
Preston.
Be real. goes off at the same time for everybody that partakes in Be Real. And it's a social media type thing that where you take a photo and you're essentially being real in that moment. So you take a picture of what you're doing in that moment, and it takes a selfie of you at the same time. Really cool. Like genuine Instagram. All right, let's go. Anna, 92.5.
Ah, not quite there.
It's okay though. That was. All right, Maya White.
All right.
242. 110 kilos, national record.
Huge bench right here. Ah, see? I knew it. The MC knew it. Huge.
Huge. This big bench. In the gym, when you don't use these collars, it would be a red and a blue, which is fun. Let's go, Maya. Come on, stick with it. Come on. Go, go, go. Oh,
Wow.
darn.
That's interesting.
That's the brick wall, though.
Like I said,
237 flew,
237 absolutely flew.
but 242 just a brick wall. All right, we got Bailey Pullman here, 57.5. We are on first attempt of Flight D, and then we will have a 10-minute break before we switch over to deadlift.
Bailey Pullman up next, 57.5 kilos on the bar.
Taking time to get set up.
Ooh. Smooth.
That was a nice opener.
Great bench, Bailey.
All right, we got Macy here, 60 kilos, 132 pounds. All right, we got Kinsey here, 67.5 kilos on the bar. 148 freedom units.
Freedom units, you say?
Freedom units.
Nah. Well, let's talk about animal units.
A Komodo dragon.
Right?
I like it.
Bench pressing Komodo dragons out here. That's a real freedom unit. It's only got poisonous saliva.
All right, we got Grace coming up here, 67.5.
Actually, Grace coming in, also bench pressing a Komodo dragon. Imagine if we had like animals that you actually had to bench press just on the platform.
That sounds like strongman.
With extra steps even. Instead of refrigerators and cars, you're picking up cows and Komodo dragons.
What kind of cows are we picking up here? Because cows are heavy.
Mini Shetland cows.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh. Jumped the rat command. Gotta be patient. You gotta wait for that rat command to come in.
All right, Emily up here, 148.
All right, and if you can take a look a little bit to the left, our side judges are getting literally down on their hands and knees to make sure that the feet and the butt stay equal. Judging ain't easy.
And on that one, it was no good. 2-to-1 sides. I'm assuming because of the glutes coming up.
Glutes or feet, it's always one of the two. But more honestly, it's not always one of the two. But those are like,
If it's the two sides, it's kind of like judging squats. If the two sides call it, then more than likely it was depth.
yeah. If it's just your head judge, could actually be a lot of different things.
100%.
All right. Amber Flummerfelt. Oh, Zoe, sorry. My brain keeps resetting itself today. Worked 8 hours, drove 3 hours, set up, fell asleep. Didn't get elbowed in the face last night.
That's nice.
It's always interesting when your wife accidentally rolls over in bed and throws an elbow or two.
We're used to sleeping with dogs, and so I felt like we were missing things in our bed last night. At least one.
Wow.
Pretty opener there.
Wow.
3 white lights.
Absolutely gorgeous. Great control, great speed. All right. AC die. 77.5 kilos on the bar. All right. Start command. Good control. All right. Looks like Casey's deciding to continue through the meet and lift. Leslie Aubert coming in with 80 kilos on the bar.
Leslie's registered in the open as well as the 16 to 17 junior class here.
Incredible.
Solid opener there for Leslie. 3 white lights lift is good. All right, we have Chelsea up next here. 85 kilos, 187 pounds.
All right, Chelsea coming with 85 on the bar. I guess it's not really on the bar. That's such a weird expression because the bar is 20 kilograms of the weight.
It's not,
So like you got 20, like you got 80 kilos on the bar. It's not actually true.
no, it's
Like I understand the expression.
right,
Now
no, right. So this is actually like, well, but the colors count as weight on the bar, I would say.
I would agree with that. So it would actually be like
45 kilos
60,
on the bar.
65 kilos on the bar.
Oh yeah, it's not a, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. But I just realized just now that that expression makes no sense.
It's really funny actually when you think about it.
Be careful. Platform General Brittany is making sure that everything's running like a tight ship.
She's doing pretty good out there.
She's such a nice.
Rapping the rest of the weekend too. I think so.
She's such a nice person. I enjoy her.
100%. Her daughter powerlifts too. I think she's done one meet.
Ooh, waited at the top of that start command. But that's okay. You don't have to go right when they say start.
No, you really don't. You just can't go down and back up after the start command.
Correct. But you don't, as long as
You
you don't
can't-
start.
Yeah.
All right.
Kaya up here, 87.5 kilos.
I wonder how big of a bench we'll get to see today. Ceci's maybe?
I think so. Yeah, it looks like Ceci's last up in her flight with 105 as her opener. And so far, we've seen 107.5.
Correct.
So I'm asking you that question on any other lift or any other translation. I just know that 242.5 is 110 kilos. So it's really
Ooh,
convenient, man. for me.
220 is 440.
Uh-huh.
No, 200 is 440.
Yeah.
That's the one. 220 is like, who knows?
That's
Who?
my best platform squat, actually.
485?
What? No. 100 or 200 keys.
I don't remember my best platform squat. I'm going to be real here.
Yeah. 200.
I could go look on open powerlifting and be depressed about it, but we won't. We'll be fine today. All right. Savannah Buskness coming in, getting a handoff from Sam, I believe. Sam is just a great human being. I enjoy Sam.
Also one of the nicest people. Oh, that was
Wow.
nice.
That
was
feels illegal to
nice.
watch.
3 white lights there.
That was so clean, it felt illegal to watch.
All right, we got Katie Andes up next, 97.5.
214.75.
She's also been chasing that 242 bench.
Self-handy. Solid, solid bench press. Really quick and clean. All right, Ceci coming in with 105 kilos on the bar, 231. To put this into perspective, that's about a Brian and a half almost. Brian and a third.
This is 3 pounds shy of a Christy. Christy heavy right now.
You had a big breakfast. It's okay.
Let's go, Ceci. We got 105 here on the bar.
Let's see if she can lift this giant panda.
This is the national record attempt here.
Smooth.
That was
Good
clean.
job. I think you go up to
Right,
110
lines are
kilos.
great.
I think you do 242.
Easily. What some of you guys may not know, what most of you guys probably don't know, is that Ceci is a labor and delivery nurse.
I think I knew that, actually.
I did not know that until the last meet that we hosted, where we had to surround an athlete with several medical professionals that just happened to be there. All right, Macy's up here, 60 kilos.
Missed this on her first attempt. Got to come back and get it on her second.
Come on, stick with it. Okay, that looks good. Let's see what the judges say here. 3 white lights looks as good. She's on the board, still in the game here.
So right when we get done with deadlifts, we're going to take a 10-minute intermission, but I will be talking with one of the meet directors for this, JP Price. Again, first American to walk out and squat 1,003 pounds. One of the first men to total to do a 1,000-pound squat and a 600-pound deadlift in the same meet.
You mean bench press?
600.
I thought you said deadlift.
Meant bench press.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christy's here to correct my brain when it switches words. We're not sure what it is, but it's special, that's for sure.
Brian and I have this like nice little brain wave, and I believe it's just neurodivergence is what
It's
we can call
our
it.
neurodivergency complements each other. That and Christy's like the ultimate gym mom. Older sister.
I'm just a nice person.
You're like the older sister that I didn't know that I didn't have.
Oh. Well, am I older than you are?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
I graduated high school in 2012.
Oh. I graduated college in 2012, so I'm not that much older than you.
Just,
You
oh.
are. You're younger than my sister.
See, older sister. All right. Good start, command. Great control.
That was
Again,
pretty.
textbook bench press right there. Emily coming in with 72.5 kilos on the bar. She missed her first attempt, jumped by 5 kilos.
I don't remember why she missed her opener.
I think Emily missed it on potentially glutes coming up.
I think she's the one that we weren't sure on, but I think that
We're
might
going to
be
start
right.
tracking these things down.
Take notes.
Dear diary. Very wide grip. That looks like it might actually be right at regulation.
You just have to have a finger on the ring. So, one of the last meets I was at, somebody got red lighted for their hands being outside of the rings. I'm not sure how you do that other than having maybe tiny hands with the combo rack because it's not that far. Yeah. I don't know.
But that's one thing that we also haven't talked about on bench. One of the rules is you have to have one of your fingers,
touching.
the farthest out that you can go is your ring finger touching the ring.
There's no chocolate.
Not quite there for Amber. You can come back and try that again. Grace coming in. Missed 67.5 kilos on her first attempt. Jumped up to 75 kilos on this one. Little 7.5 kg jump.
Sounds like they're going to retake that again.
Smart call.
All right.
I do not
Grace
remember
is who
why.
we were thinking of, I do believe.
On the
for
hips?
glutes, yeah.
Okay. Powerlifting's all about the hips.
All right, she still has another chance to come back and get that on her third attempt.
All right, Zoe Morris coming in. 75 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Solid. All right, Casey coming in. 82.5 kilos on the bar. We need to change that saying legally. Smooth,
That was nice.
even
Good
lockout.
highlight.
All right, we're going to start a petition, Christy, to change how much weight, what you say, weight on the bar, just to weight in your hands.
That just sounds weird.
It sounds weird, but it's more accurate,
Semantics, Brian.
and those are important. Just ask my mother.
I mean, I'm all about semantics here. I work in healthcare IT. No other IT is like the king of semantics, but
All right, Leslie coming in. 5 kilo jump. So it's
yeah.
starting to get a little bit late to talk about this, but one thing that is a frequent error, I'm not going to call it a mistake, or misconception about wrist wraps, is where they're placed on the wrist. Some people actually place them so far down that they don't do any support. They're just there to emotionally.
Decoration.
They're decoration. They're fabric bracelets at that point.
Fabric bracelets.
And again, there's nothing wrong with that inherently. However, you're not getting the benefit that you think that you are out of the wrist wraps.
You can't place them too high though. They're not allowed to touch the bar.
Correct. They are not allowed to touch the bar. You can place them on your middle of your forearm if you really want to.
You're
It won't do
also
anything.
not allowed to have the thumb loops around your thumbs.
Which I think is an interesting rule.
And you're not allowed to adjust those on the platform either. So you can't de-thumb on the platform.
You have to walk off. You literally,
you
as long as
walk
you
off
one
and then
step
walk
off
back
the
on.
platform.
Right.
Most of the time, especially at like local level meets, the judges will be a little bit more lenient on certain things that you do. They'll give you a warning instead of a red light. All right, Kaya coming in with 92.5 kilos on the bar.
Come on, Kai, you got this. Lightweight. Lightweight. Come on, lightweight.
All right, good handoff. Good control on the way down. Probably a 2.5 jump on that next one. Savannah Buskness coming up next.
All right, let's go, Savannah. 92.5 kilos on the bar for her. 203 pounds.
Good handoff. And if you actually look, her head came off the bench.
Second attempt.
It's a great second attempt. She actually took advantage of her head coming up towards her chest. Some people claim that it helps them on bench on the drive-through on the way up. Like, it's almost like they're loading.
It just naturally happens. Like,
Yeah.
It's part of, like, you don't even consciously think about it. Like, the first time I used to sink bench, and the first time I did that, my head came up without thinking about it. I think it's just how your, like, skeletal system and your, like, your muscles and things like that work and your leverages. Sometimes it just naturally happens. All right, we've got Katie up here, 102.5. This is 225.
She's going to be running up this hill. Good, solid bench. Good second attempt.
3 to 1, no left.
Oh, hip.
All right, we got Ceci up here, 110.5. So 243.
Oh, national record attempt. Hipping that national record.
Let's go, Ceci. All right, let's go, Ceci. Come on.
Locked it out. Racked it. Let's see what the judges say.
3
Three white lights. Lift is good. Heaviest bench of the day so far.
By a whole pound.
No.
Oh, no, because
6 pounds.
Yes, that's true.
All right. On the way back down, starting third attempts, and then we'll take a 10-minute break where we'll hopefully be able to interview meet director J.P. Price.
the top of the list here with Alexis on her third attempt at 62.5 kilos.
All right, 137.
I've only had 120 milligrams so far, though. Keep it strong.
Caffeine.
Yep.
I think I'm at 200. Self handoff.
Nice job. Nope, no lift.
No lift there.
The judges here.
All right, Macy coming in. Got 60 on her second attempt and moved up to 65 kilos.
She is jumping at 143. Followed by Bailey.
All right, we got Macy coming up 65 kilos here for her. 143 pounds.
Let's go, Macy.
Really good control. Quick pause.
Let's see what the judges say there. No good.
Ah. Butt came up.
Called for booty. I am here to say that it does not matter how big your booty is. It can still come up on the bench.
It's true.
All right, Bailey.
Bar is loaded for Bailey Pullman.
Bailey, 67.5.
Third attempt for Bailey.
Press command took a little while on that one. Again, you got to have control of the bar. But it's okay. All right, Amber Flummerfelt coming in to retake her second attempt of 72.5 kilograms.
All right, we've got Amber Flummerfelt here. 72.5 here again for her.
Low on the way down. Not quite there. Sometimes, if you do a little bit too much control on the way down, it becomes a tempo bench instead of just a regular one. You wear yourself out. Grace Watring coming up next. 75 kilos on the bar. She missed her first two attempts, so she needs this to stay in the meet itself.
And she had a national squat record, right? Yeah. All right, let's everybody get behind Grace here. 75 kilos.
All right. Oh, right off the chest. Hold it. 3 white lights. Lift is good.
All right. 77.5 on the bar here for Kinsey.
Good start, command. Not quite there for Kinsey.
All right, Emily, 170 on the bar. Zoe, Lindsay, to follow.
All right, let's
All
go,
right.
Emily.
Once
Way
it
to stick with
once
that.
wow. Once
Just
it
need those
starts,
triceps to kick in,
who needs pectoral muscles when you got triceps?
right?
The answer, still people who bench. All right, national record attempt for Zoe Morris. 80 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Smashingly good time.
Casey going to 187 for her third.
Y'all are missing the dance contest that's going on by the platform because that lip gloss be cool and popping today. All right, Casey Dye coming in, 2.5 kilo jump from her second to her third. Solid bench right there. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. Leslie Albert coming in, 90 kilos on the bar.
All right, we got Leslie Albert here. National record attempt for her at 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Let's go, Leslie.
Yep, not quite
Just
there on
not
that
quite
attempt.
there.
Chelsea Birchmeimer.
93 kilos here.
So national state record attempt. All right, bar is loaded for Chelsea.
All right, let's go, Chelsea.
4 benches, and then we're going to take a little 10-minute break-a-rooney.
Triceps.
Kick
Man, I
in.
hate that point in bench where you just get sticky right there,
And-
right before the triceps kick in.
Gotta hump that bar up. Hump it up.
Yeah, and that's
You
how you
can't
get
do
called
it. I
red
know.
lights for your booty coming up off the bench, Brian.
Turn the bench press into a hip thrust.
All right, we got 3 more bench presses here.
All right, Kaya.
Let's go, Kaya. Come on. 95.5 here. State record attempt.
Really good bench right here. 210 pounds, I believe.
Come on. Keep going with it. Stick with it.
Not quite there. There was also a little bit of, before that, a little bit of downward motion on
Well,
the
good
bar.
catch by the spotters, too. You know, when you're spotting on that side, all you're doing is watching the bar, watching the plates the entire time to see what they're, like, what the bar's doing, what's it, you know.
Is
and
it
then
wibble wobbling?
once you get that downward, it's just very instinctively to just take it, too. So, the red light, so.
Red lighted anyway.
Yep.
Bar is loaded for Savannah.
All right, let's go, Savannah. $98 kilos here.
That Sam handoff. Savannah being handed off by Sam.
No.
Nope, not quite there.
Yeah.
Tried to hit the gas pedal with the back of her head and it just didn't happen
That's
that
okay.
time.
Yeah.
But she's walking away with a good attitude. You got to appreciate that.
All right.
All right.
Katie's coming after that 225 here again. 102.5. Let's go, Katie. Come on.
All right, start command. Strength is there. Let's see.
What the judges say.
3 white lights,
There
lift
she
is
goes. She
good.
got it that time. All right. On to deadlifts.
All right, on to deadlifts. We're going to take a little 10-minute break, Rooney. Join us here for more fun and adventures. Hello. All right, unmute yours. Hit it again.
Hello.
All right, everyone. Welcome to, again, WRPF North Central Regionals. I'm here with one of the two great co-meet directors, JP Price. JP, how you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for being here. You guys add a lot to this event. And, the reason for it is to, build a bigger regional stage for powerlifting, because if the regionals get bigger, the state level gets bigger, and then the national level gets bigger. So we're just trying to do our part to, increase that and make it bigger and better, and, something that the athletes can, have steps to climb up a little
Get
bit.
to that, go from local level to regional, regional to national, national to,
Yeah.
world-class athletes.
Most athletes, compete in their own backyard in powerlifting for
Yep.
the most part, and for the most part of their career too. And, this is a stage where they can go somewhere else and there's no qualifying total, but they can be subjected to maybe a little stricter judging, maybe a little bit different meet setup than they're used to. They have to stay somewhere else and have a little bit of adversity, which isn't a bad thing to try to overcome.
You know what? I think, again, you and I have known each other for going on almost 10 years at the end of this year.
Yeah.
One of the first people that I met when I moved down to Kansas City, and, that's how I joined the powerlifting community down here was, helping run meets. We've run together, been a part of 40-plus meets
It
through,
has to be.
at least at this point, 4 to 5 a year, at minimum 40 meets, 50 meets. So we've put in the time, we put in the effort, and the way that the sport has grown from, only national, international level events were in hotels like this,
Yeah.
big event spaces like this, to having regionals doing really good in spaces like this, I think is absolutely incredible to see the growth of the sport. And the other thing is, especially today, to me, is really cool to see, because when we first started, we usually had, 5, 6 women in a full, 2-day meet, and now we have
Yeah.
a full day.
Yeah, and originally, we set this meet up, and based on prior data, we thought we would have about half a day of women, and that would be 30 signups, and we had over 60.
Which is, again, just incredible for the growth of the sport. Christy and I were talking about it earlier, that women and younger athletes have helped build the sport up to something that we didn't even think was possible originally.
Yeah. I think that powerlifting and any sport really, has gotten a bad rap for being, male dominated, or not having a, welcoming or open, space for women to do what they want to do, what they're passionate about. And I think that's a stereotype. I don't think that's true.
I don't think it's true anymore. I think it, 10 years ago, it might have been something that was a little bit different. Again, we grew up in a very different powerlifting time than what it is now. We grew up in, or cut our teeth, I guess is a better way to say it, in an environment that was admittedly a little bit rougher
Yeah.
around the edges. We were broken people doing things to try to make ourselves better, and now it's become a much healthier space, and you've helped do that with the gym that you're running and the meets that you run.
I was talking to Ceci about that a while back, and she was like, when I got into this sport, like, everybody that I lifted with was a convict, or somebody who had some, issue, or they were rough around the edges, or they were just getting off the construction site and coming to work out, and it was a very male-dominated sport, and it's softened a lot, and the community's had to grow up to that. I've had to grow up to that. We've had to, change the way that we think and be much more inclusive to women and any other inclusivity that we can get.
Yeah.
I think it's really important as the world changes that we change too. And, I think in the last year, the proof in this area, in this region, has been that, the tolerance is huge.
Yep.
People want to expand. They want to grow. Look at Sam's hamstring. Look how good that looks. It's right here. Look at that.
That is a good-looking
Look at that
hamstring.
hamstring. He may have blown his knees out, but look at that hammy.
Hey, who needs knees when you have hammies?
So, we try to be really inclusive here, and, we have more female officials than we do men. Today we have equal or more spotters and loaders that are female, and all the lifters. There's female coaches now. I've helped 2 female meet directors become meet directors.
Yep.
And, I feel like, anything anybody wants to do, they can. They just have to put skin in the game. I do think that sometimes there's a little bit of, when we grow like this, like we have in the last 10 years, sometimes there's some pushback or some whatever, because sometimes people want to grow that aren't necessarily working that hard.
Yeah.
Or spending that much time doing it. And they just want this shit to be easy because, they see everybody else do it, and, they think it's time to do it. But people are really, when they put the work in, when they you know, learn and apprentice. Like, anybody can do anything they want to in this sport. They just have to put in the work. At least that's how I see it, and we've seen that a lot in this region.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, with the growth of the WRPF in the United States, it's giving more opportunities for people who used to, again, be not included or not feel as comfortable in these communities.
Yeah.
We wouldn't disinclude them. It's, again, we were in an area where it just wasn't the right environment for a lot of people to grow.
Yeah.
And I think what the WRPF is doing with these regionals, with making sure that the refs are trained to a certain level, meet directors are held to a certain standard, right? It's going to help grow the sport, and it's going to make it so that the sport can become what it's bound to be, which, in my opinion, is at the forefront of sports and athleticism, to be a real leader and show that it's inclusive. Again, powerlifting is in the Special Olympics, right? The Paralympics.
I'll tell you what, people think that like powerlifting's full of like you know, mean white guys.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, there's been no sport where I've seen more coaches from different cultures and ethnic backgrounds and sexual orientations. And literally, it's what you want it to be. You just have to give a shit and work.
And that's the other thing is with powerlifting, I think it's such an interesting sport because you're able to go and travel nationally, internationally, and really grow and change with the sport.
Yeah, it's
But anyway,
connected all over the world, especially through social media.
it is. But anyway, I think you got to get back to work. I appreciate you chatting with us as to why, you know, the WRPF regionals are important and why specifically this day is such a big deal for regionals.
It's a big deal for me. When we started doing this over 10 years ago, somebody told me we're hosting a meet at your gym. And I said, okay. And they showed up, and all the meet entries were in envelopes.
Yep.
Handwritten. And they asked for spotters out of the crowd and judges.
Yep. That's
where we started. And because of that experience and how embarrassed I was, and I didn't know anything back then. I was new.
Yeah.
I said, well, we can do better than this, and I don't know shit.
and we've gotten better and better. Every meet that we have done has gotten better. It's held ourselves to a higher standard.
We tried to,
And-
and you have to be open to it. You know, there's got to be some humility here. Like people like me and Jake who are running this meet, we are going to make a shitload of mistakes, and we're asking people to help us with those. We're not trying to make this easy. We're trying to make this good.
Yep.
So thank you for what you're doing. We'll get back to the meet, and thanks everybody for watching today.
Guys, let's start deadlifts because this is where this meet really begins. First deadlift, the meet has really begun. Emily is up next, 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Speed. All these coaches are building speed into their athletes' openers, give them some confidence. I'm hoping we get to see some really heavy stuff. I think, if I remember correctly, there's one or two athletes with the potential here to go over 500 pounds on deadlift, which is just incredible. All right, bar is loaded for Angela. 253 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Going sumo. Now, we've seen sumo and conventional today. Those are the two different kinds of deadlift styles that you can have. Both of them are completely legal and completely valid ways to deadlift. Sumo, in my opinion, is a little bit more technical. If you're not lined up properly, things won't go right. If you are not, stacking yourself well, things are going to kind of be iffy. However, conventional, you can just kind of grip it and rip it and keep your chest up, and everything will work out. I usually stiff-legged deadlift most of my deadlifts because I'm super special. Again, sumo is usually really clean, really precise. There are some people who are able to struggle bust through poor form on sumo. But again, you want to be as technically proficient as possible with that one. All right, Stephanie up next. 115 kilo. Regina, 122.5 kilos. I got to keep my brain functioning at a high level, guys. I've only had 120 milligrams of caffeine. I'm running off of pure hype right now. The other thing that you'll probably notice when it comes to deadlift is people have a little bit more elaborate rituals when it comes to their lifting. And to them, it helps them kind of get in the zone, get really focused. Sweet. Easy way to break the bar. Get it in, break the slack out of the bar, and just pull. All right, bars being loaded up to 2 reds, a white, and the collar. Again, our platform general, Brittany, absolutely slaying it, making sure that everything's running smooth. I know I call her a platform general, but it's just, that's what you're doing. You're helping run the platform, making sure that everything's moving efficiently and that the meet director can focus on aspects outside of, keeping the safety of the lifters in mind. All right, Annie Smith, 135 kilos on the bar, conventional. Quick, smooth, and simple. Just how we like it. Locking your hips into the bar, making sure that you get that nice slack. Depending on the bar, especially with a deadlift bar, if you don't pull that slack out, the bar is going to try to pull you down, making the weight harder to move, which is kind of annoying. All right, Elise coming up with 147 kilos on the bar. Locking yourself in, wedging yourself into that bar. Smooth. All right, Amina coming in, 147 kilos on the bar. I believe she's wearing one-piece socks. All right, back to the start of the order. 103 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
3 white lights there. That was the national record attempt there for Yashoda. 103 kilograms. She still has plenty of room left in the tank, so excited to see what they call for her third attempt there. We got Emily Dugan, 105.5 state record attempt here for her. Just making sure the bar is all nice and clean. This is 232 pounds. That was fast. Plenty of room left for that fun third. All right, we have Angela up next here. Three white lights left is good. All right, we got Stephanie up next here, 127.5 kilos. 281 pounds.
Back. You know what I love the most about deadlift, Christy?
What do you love most about deadlift, Brian?
The jumps get crazy. They just don't make. Sometimes they're like, "Why did you jump by 12 and a half kilos?" It makes no
Especially
sense.
from like second to third.
Oh, it
It's
gets.
like, it's the last lift of the day, so like.
You hit the full send button.
Yeah, I was gonna say full send.
You just slap that button
Send it.
repeatedly.
Unless there's a certain strategy behind it, you're trying to
Yeah,
like
if you have a
win meet
strategy,
or break records, or
you're trying to win or get some money, you know, whatever. I guess you can be intelligent about it, but sometimes you just got to
at a
slap that
local
full
level,
send. Yeah, sometimes you just got to slap that full send button and go.
We're just having fun, which is what the sport's supposed to be for, right? Fun.
Fun, but you know what? It is growing to become a little bit more of a pro sport. If we had Joey here, he'd be talking our ear off about there's no such thing as a pro power lifter.
This is the national record attempt here.
Solid.
That's a nice lockout.
Really good lockout. Now, one thing that sumo lifters need to be really cognizant of, and you see it a lot with people, is kicking the bar forward, then having to pull it back, and you're out of position when it comes to sumo.
I also feel like as the sumo puller, you can lose your balance a little bit easier too. And
Fall
what
backwards
we
at
talked
the
about earlier is WRPF use a deadlift bar.
Yeah.
Within the deadlift bar span, we have different brands of deadlift bars, and each brand of deadlift bar has a different amount of width. So
I think this is a
I
kabuki.
believe we are pulling on a kabuki deadlift bar here today, which for the most part I would say is a standard at a WRPF meet. Used to be that Texas deadlift bar was the standard.
And then moved to Ohio. But then we got the
Good looking deadlift there for Annie.
3 white lights lift is good for Annie Smith.
speaking to Joseph Shepard, he would also say that the Texas deadlift. I think if you go to one of their meets, it is a Texas deadlift.
He
bar.
refuses to use a kabuki deadlift bar.
But the whip can really, like, especially if you're a speedy puller, it can catch you off guard. Even at weights as light as like 265, you notice that the bar
Gets
has a lot
whippy.
of give.
It will try to pull you back down.
100%. Or forward, or rock you. And
If you've never used one, the advice that I always give people when they've never used a kabuki bar before and they're going to use it on meet day is you need to wedge into it harder than you think you do, because there's so much more noodle. You gotta pull that slack. You gotta be used to the slack being a little bit more slacky. I don't know the right words for that.
I don't know, because if you wedge too hard, then I think it'll just whip you out of place too.
If you wedge, I'm not saying like wedge as hard as you can, but like a little bit harder than you think you would normally do it.
I don't know about that.
Like I said, it's worked for the people that I've told.
Let's go. It's 341.
This is a state record for Elise here, 155, 341.
A little bit of a grinder on that one.
But still able to get her hips through there at the top. It's 3 wet light. I don't know if you talked about the t-shirt thing.
Have not talked about the t-shirt thing.
Okay, so one thing that you guys might notice is that t-shirts are not required for deadlift. Essentially, your skin's not, it's just your hands touching the bar, your skin's not touching the bench, your skin's not touching a bar. There's no risk of blood coming from your upper body. There's more risk of blood and bodily fluids coming from that's why we wear deadlift socks.
Yep.
Is to protect the skin on your shins, but also protect other lifters from your body fluids. And of course, we have cleaning materials as well, so. We have Amina here, 157.5.
Smooth. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. Now, one thing that Amina might need to be careful with is overextension.
Really fast off the floor.
Incredibly quick off the floor. But at the very top, if you saw, she started to shove her head. She tried to shove her butt back almost too far. And what that does sometimes is it unlocks your knees,
Right.
giving you soft knees, which is something that red light. Now, we haven't talked about all the red lights, I'm guessing, because I didn't talk about any before you came back.
You weren't very long,
So one is soft knees. If you have soft knees in the deadlift, they're going to count that against you because your knees aren't locked out. You need to be locked out. And some people think that, oh my gosh, I need to hyperextend my hips through.
Because your shoulders have to be past your hips.
Correct.
And your hips have to be all the way through, but your knees also have to be locked. I think a lot of people see people overextend that are really active on Instagram, and so they think that that's the best way. It doesn't always work for everybody.
Because that's how you accidentally get all the way at the top, and then your knees are backwards, and you're leaning. Whew. Back,
All right,
wow.
this is the national record here for you, Shota. 105 kilograms here.
Oh.
Her second attempt with blue. They only went up 2 kilos, so this should be really easy for her.
National record attempt. This is, again, where the fun of the meet is. Third attempt deadlifts, getting everyone hyped and ready to go.
All right, let's go, Shota.
Oh.
Oh, man, that was pretty.
I think she just wanted to secure some national records right there.
It looks like she did get 1 red.
She did.
I wonder if it's because she moved her foot, maybe, or something. I don't know. Your feet
Could have
do
been
have
anything.
To stay in one place whenever the bar comes back down to the ground. They cannot move inward at all. All right, Emily's up here with her third attempt deadlift.
Also a national record.
Man, we've heard so many national records today.
I need a national record button.
Maybe like a fun infographic, but I feel like if we had a fun infographic, you wouldn't see any of the lifters today. You'd just see national record attempt over and over again. Wow.
You know, if a national record moves that quick, should it really count?
That was an opener.
It was. At best, it was an open. At best, it was an opener. At worst, it was
so
a.
fast.
You know, Christy, I always think that we should penalize people for not making the third attempts interesting. If it's too easy, you just don't get it.
Like it has to be a certain RPE.
RPE. That looked like an RPE 7. You don't get it. Like if it's an RPE 10 on all 3 of your attempts, perfect. But if your third attempt is an RPE 4, fired. Out of a cannon.
Out of a cannon.
Oh. Wow. Nice.
Good deadlift there for Angela. I actually ran into Angela yesterday in the elevator. Yeah. Funny. We just met in the elevator. Super nice person. I don't know. But that is one of the fun things about coming to meets when you travel to meets and you go different places, that you meet a lot of new people and you make a lot of new friends. And going to meets like this, you get to see people that you don't get to see very often.
And
nice.
That's kind of the thing that JP and I were talking about during the intermission. If anyone wants to go back and take a look, powerlifting meets are a chance for you to expand not only your friend group by getting to go and meet new people, but you can also expand your perspective because those people that you're meeting are from different backgrounds, different locations, sometimes different nations. Powerlifting is quickly becoming a very inclusive sport.
Oh man, she's trying.
Not quite there. Sometimes that happens. That's okay. Sometimes they.
Things with sumo pullers too is like sometimes they can try for 10 seconds and then they actually, once they break the ground,
It's just gone.
Yeah,
it's
just
up.
Gone. Sumo pullers have to have a lot more patience off the floor. I'm a conventional puller myself.
Same.
I like fast off the floor.
I like that speed. As long as I do it. Wow. Chalk all around. She's doing hook grip. Solid. Judges say 3 white lights. Lift is good.
All right, this is the state record attempt here for Annie.
Annie Smith.
150 kilos, 330 pounds.
All right. So the other thing that's happening right now is Brittany is rolling the bar to the very front of the platform and dusting it off.
That's like caked with baby powder. It's not just chalk that you're seeing on there, but because we have sumo pullers, there's probably some baby powder on there too. And you just want to make sure that it's clean for all your lifters and they have the best, optimal lifting conditions. But you want to make sure that where they put their feet is clean as well.
Oh, yeah, because if you don't do that. Oh, yes.
Come on, stick with it.
Lean back.
There. Woo!
He's excited about that one. All right, Sierra Gribble coming in at 150 keys as well.
All right, let's go, Sierra. Come on.
Oh, wow.
That
looked like a
nice.
second attempt. Big old
Three-way
smile right there. That was y'all
You
missed that
guys didn't get to see it, but
because
she
that was adorable.
All right, 160 kilos here for Elise. 352 pounds.
For an athlete competing in the 60 kilogram weight class, solid deadlift right there. I think she'll lock it out. I don't think she got it. That was definitely a fight. I wouldn't be upset with that. Last lift of the day, you know, fought for it. It might not have counted towards your total. There was some downward motion. There was some pumping of the legs. All right, this is a national record attempt for Amina. She's got some anime socks on. I might be biased on this one. Oh! Wow! Wow. 3 white lights lift is good. Next flight, that was speedy. That was fast. That's some good hype going into this next flight. I'm hyped for this next flight. I'm going to go deadlift right now.
All right, bars loaded for Emily Truly here. 65 kilos. Wow. I felt like she was going to take another rep just now. What? Funny. All right, Holly Jacobson up next here, 102.5 kilos, 225.9 pounds. Let's see what the judges say on that one. Correct. Correct. A doctor's note, essentially. Notice.
I just Emily Woolsey.
130 kilos here on the bar for Emily on her opener.
Again, this is where the party really starts on meet day. This is where legends are made.
This is when the muscles come out, too, in my opinion. I don't know what it is about meet day. And I would like to note that this is a drug-tested day today. But there's something about deadlifts that makes upper bodies look jacked.
It's the weight trying to pull you down, and you trying to pull your muscles are trying to pull you out of your skin.
I also think people try to be like super hydrated, so their muscles are really full of water and salt too.
It's true. Provided you have to
You've had a
eat
lot of
and
carbs,
drink.
and
Provided if
and
you
focus on carb intake as well.
if you don't.
So Brian, are you saying that you don't look jacked at the end of a meet because you don't eat?
No, I just don't look jacked because I'm not jacked. Doesn't help that I didn't eat.
That was a good lift there from Mallory. We've got Kennedy up next at 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds.
Is this B or C? Wow. Apgar approaching the bar with extreme prejudice. Chris Rosie's. Jasmine I don't even think that counts as a deadlift. It's too fast. Bent over row, maybe?
That was sumo. I wouldn't call it a row.
All right, cleaning off the bar again. Bar is loaded. Lois. Born man coming in.
All right, let's go, Lois. 147.5 kilos on the bar.
Interestingly wide grip on that one.
He's got long arms. Sometimes you like how your hands feel on the knurling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't understand because, you know, short man, short arms. Actually, my arms are decently long.
I have a negative 8 index, so my arms are actually shorter than my height.
Which explains why you like bench so much.
I know, right?
On the other hand, I think I have a positive. I'm not like Ed Cohen, who's got...
When I lock off deadlifts, it's like way high up here. I'm taller than you.
I know, and my shoulders are... It's weird. My arms are just odd. Again, I was built to be the perfect powerlifter without actually being good at anything.
Miranda good up next here. 152.5 is her opener. Miranda is not up.
Experiencing some technical difficulties here, folks. Laura Schultz.
Lifter.
All right, bars loaded for Laura.
All right, it's 330 pounds. Wow, we don't want to look away on that one. You'll miss it.
What? I wasn't paying attention when it happened.
Oh, we got the jokes coming back. Brian's alive.
Standing up, got some legs, got some. We'll do some caffeine tomorrow, caffeine Sunday. Who knows? You know what they say? Sunday's tested and untested.
All right, now we have Miranda good up here. 152.5 on the bar.
Getting her little ritual in. Lock those lats.
Solid looking opener there. 3 white lights there for Miranda. All right, we got Ashley Wilson up next. She is opening at 205 kilos. All right, 451 here on the bar. This is the national record attempt here.
I think Ashley has the potential to go to 500.
Wouldn't be the first time. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. 3 white lights.
Solid.
Trying to get him to.
All right. Emily coming in with 102.5 kilos on the bar. What? Is that just to solidify her national records? Has to be. went from 65 kilos to 102.5 kilos.
Oh.
Could have been to solidify total. Could have been to make sure that her back feels good. I don't know. All right, Holly Jacobson coming in with 115 keys on the bar. Bar is loaded for Holly Jacobson. Boom. Looked like an opener. All right, Jen is coming up next. 127.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, bar is loaded for Jen, one of the Mathonomics crew, apparently. Those massive Mathonomics. Good fight. Maybe we'll get to see her do a Jefferson deadlift for a third. 2-1, good lift. All right, Emily Woolsey coming up with 135 kilos on the bar, a little 5-kilo jump. All right, Kennedy Apgar coming with 137.5 kilos.
Making sure those collars are nice and tight. All right, let's go, Kennedy. 137.5.
Clean pull.
All right, we've got Mallory here. 140 kilos, 308 pounds. That was fast. Let's put some weight on the bar for that third and 10.
Again, I don't know if it counted. It's too fast.
RPE 3.
RPE. Oh, what happened? Ooh, RPE. Oh, damn.
All right, we got Jasmine Ramsey up next. 152.5 kilos.
That little bit of sumo shuffling out there. Or I guess sumo slide instead of the sumo shuffle. Wow. We're just getting first attempts, I guess.
Right?
Again, I'm telling you. You don't, if it doesn't look like a certain RPE, you don't get it.
Sumo's one of those funny things, though. It's also like bench. I feel like it can hit you like a brick wall. You don't see
And when it hits you like a brick
grind
wall.
on sumo as you do conventional.
Except for Elise. That was one of the longest sumo grinds I think I've ever seen.
Rosie in 2020 had built strong. That was a grind. She's just a grinder on deadlifts in general. She's a very patient lifter, a very meticulous, controlled, thoughtful.
Three ways. Good job, Lois. Laura Schultz, 157.5.
All right, we got a national record attempt here for Laura Schlitz.
Somebody hit the button. It's national record time. Solid pull. 3 wide lights. Lift is good. You have to probably be a little bit careful on this third attempt. She got caught right near the very top. Nothing major.
All right, this is a state record attempt here for Miranda. 347 pounds, 157.5 kilos. Let's go, Miranda. Ooh, that was pretty. That was nice. That might have been better than our opener.
I think it was a little bit crisper for sure.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to 3 reds, blue, and a 2.5. National record attempt for Ashley Wilson, 485 pounds.
I did some math while we were out. Ashley already has a 480 kilo total. With what she weighed in, that puts her at 497 dots. This pull is forecasted would give her a 495 total, which would give her a 512 dots.
So what is dots?
Dots is a coefficient that is based off of your weight as well as the total that you put out for the day.
Okay.
It
And your
qualifies
gender.
you for big things. So like the American Pro, now she does compete drug tested, so the minimum dots is 475 to compete at the American Pro. But on the untested days, the minimum dots is 500.
Yep.
And the better your dots, the better your odds are competing on the day of as well. So, and when you compete and who you compete against. So, let's go, Ashley. Come on.
This is a pretty big pull right now.
This could set her up for a pretty big final third attempt pull as well.
Depending on how this moves, I think 501 is probably going to be the call. I think you go with a 501. Break that in. What would a 501 put her at? Christy? What would a 501 put her at?
Let me pull up my handy dandy calculator.
All right, so we're about to start on third attempt deadlifts. Christy is the math queen over here.
No, actually, lifter helps out.
More so than me.
I like data. Okay, so with Ashley's current called third attempt, that would put her total at 505 kilos and a potential dots of 523.
What was her third attempt call? Not quite there for Emily.
They called 230, so just 10 kilos up. And that's 507.
507.
I've seen her pull it on Instagram plenty of times, and she pulled 507 or more than that at Strong Barbell Club about a year ago. We were commentating that meet, if you don't remember, Brian.
I don't remember. We were probably commentating it.
No, not probably. We were.
I just don't remember it.
Short-term memory. All right, we got Holly up here. 125 kilos on the bar.
Nice job, Holly.
One thing that's important to note that you have seen with several lifters is you have to control the bar on the way back down to the floor.
Correct.
Or you'll be red lighted. You can't drop it.
Nope.
You can't slam it.
You can only...
It has to be controlled.
I mean, it can be quickly on the way down,
Right.
but like...
You have to be in control of the bar. The bar cannot be in control of you.
Correct. Because if the bar is in control of you, did you even lift the bar, or did the bar lift you? You guys can't see Christy's face, but she was super disappointed with that joke. Nope, not quite there.
All right, we got Emily up here next. 140 kilos, 308 pounds.
All right, come on, Emily.
Oh, she's stuck. What
Hit a
about-
wall.
That's all right. All right, we have Kennedy up next. This is 142.5 kilos.
All right, good job keeping your chest up, Kennedy. Fight for it. You got to want it. All right, the judges say 2-1. Lift is good. Oh, she's happy about that.
All right, this is a stake record attempt here for Mallory.
All right. Mallory coming in with 148 kilos, state record attempt. Makes light work of it. Laura Schlitz coming in, 160 kilos on the bar.
All All right, this was a 2.5 kilo jump for Laura. Just trying to see what's left in that gas tank of hers.
I think that she can pull this off. All right, and the other thing they're doing is they are actively cleaning the bar. Oh, no, no, no.
All right, let's go, Laura. Come on, this is the national record attempt again. Breaking her own national record. There we go. Oh, my goodness.
Oh. Some shifting side to side. 3 white lights lift is good.
I'd like to note that shaking is legal.
Yes, shaking is
You
legal.
can't have any downward motion on the bar.
Correct. All right, Loris. Wow, Loris. What, Loris?
You have to excuse Brian. He's kind of tired.
Not even. Apparently, my brain no function.
Brian, we are on day 1 of 3 here.
I'll get
Let's
good
go,
sleep
Lois.
tonight.
Three white lights there for Lois.
Jasmine Ramsey coming in 162.5 kilos on the bar, 10 kilo jump. She's made both of her jumps today have been 10 kilos on deadlift.
That's fine.
I think it's moved pretty well. First and second moved decently, at the very least.
I feel like for a lot of people, deadlift is such low stress that you almost do better because you aren't as anxious.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and the room's more lively. Everything's more relaxed. It's more party mode, really.
Is there a party button? Solid.
Hey!
Yeah.
That was pretty.
If anything, I'd be more upset by the fact that I could have done more.
Probably a couple more kilos left in that tank there. All right, Miranda's up next here.
All right, this is a state record attempt for Miranda. Oh, 5 kilo jump.
Let's go, Miranda. Come on. 162.5 here. All right, let's see what the judges say here.
2 to 1, no
2 to 1.
lift.
A little bit of a downward bobble there.
Again, happens.
Yeah.
You can take that as a moral victory if you want to. All right. Coming up with Ashley Wilson, 507 pounds. This will put her at a 523 dots if she makes it. Huge deadlift for the day.
All right, this is a 507-pound attempt here for Ashley Wilson. This would put her total up to 505 and a dot to 523. Let's get Ashley here. Let's go. Come on, stick with it. Come on. Let's go. Go. Come on, lock it up.
Got it.
Sorry for yelling in your ears, folks. That's really exciting.
All right. Time for Flight C after that highlight.
I know, right? Whoop, whoop.
Ugh.
You're in the other room.
All right, we are going on to flight C deadlifts. We're going to start things off for Yevgenia Mishchenko. Rebecca, you're on deck. Julie, you're in the hole. Becky, you're 3 out. Rachel, you're 4 out. All right,
All right, 102.5 kilos here.
25 on the bar.
Well, that was fast.
Fast opener there for Yevgenia. Rebecca's up next at 259 pounds. Julie, you're on deck. Becky, you're in the hole. Rachel,
Rebecca Ross coming in at 117.5 kilos on the bar.
Rebecca's up at 259. Good lift for Rebecca Ross. Next lifter is Julie McPhee. Becky, you're on deck. Rachel, you're in the hole. Brooke, you're 3 out. Anna, you're 4 out.
All right, Julie coming in at 120 kilos on the bar. Getting this party started. The doors are open. It's cold outside, but like a pleasant cold. All right, 264 for Julie McPhee. Becky Vandermark coming into the 132.5 kilos on the bar.
Becky's the lifter at 292 pounds. We've got 2 more flights of deadlifts. We've got flight C and flight D coming up. After that's over, we will do a warm-up here. Usually that takes about 5 minutes to get ready from the last deadlift. 292 pounds here for Becky's opener.
All right, Becky coming to the 132.5 kilos. Part of Team Kyle's team. She's got the guns and the deadlift. Gonna rock it out today.
That's going to bring up Rachel McBurney. Brooke, you're on deck. Juliana, you're in the hole. Lauren, you're 3 out. Tatiana, you're 4 out.
Bars loaded. Great lift. Getting checked for equipment. Brooke Thompson is coming up next.
Brooke Thompson's the lifter. She's got 314 on the bar for this opening attempt. Juliana, you're on deck. Lauren, you're in the hole. Tatiana, you're 3 out. Jeanette, 4 out. Dakota, 5. Rosie, 6.
All right, Brooke Thompson opening up with 142.5 kilos on the bar. In the dead silence.
Good lift. Our next lifter is going to be Juliana Preston. Lauren, you're on deck. Tatiana, you're 3 out. Jeanette, you're 4. Dakota, 5. Rosie, 6.
All right. 142.5 kilos on the bar. Come on, Anna.
All right, let's go on 142 point. This is 314 pounds. That was a pretty sumo.
That was really quick, too.
I love the split of the blonde and the red.
I actually was going to comment on that.
Like, we commented on the face months earlier, but we didn't comment on the split. It's really fun.
That feels like something that Sydney would do.
Oh, 100. She has done, right?
Not that
really
not that
colors,
combo, yeah.
But I think she's done like blue and red,
She's
right?
done like Harley
Purple
Quinn
and
colors.
pink
Yeah.
and yeah. All right, this is 325 pounds for Lauren Helmka.
All right, good job, Lauren. Little belt flick there to get out of the hole. Flower designed belts. Again, we've been talking. No, that's
It's like
geometric flowers.
Stars.
Stars. I don't know what they are. They're pretty though.
Yeah. Like pink and gold. Like rose gold and pink.
I love it. Tatiana coming in. 147.5 kilos on the bar.
Nice and solid opener there. All right, we have Jeanette up next here, 150 kilos.
Bar is loaded for Jeanette.
Crispy opener,
And super narrow stance too.
100%.
Heels are almost touching. I wish my ankles were that mobile. So one thing that has to happen that lifters seem to forget after they get under the deadlift is you need to get checked if you set a record. Any record.
All right, we have a national record attempt here for Dakota Courtwright, I apologize.
Right? The
150.
phenom.
I feel like she's been breaking records left and right today. She's strong. She's fast.
Didn't even hesitate at 150
That's
kilos.
330 pounds. All right, we got Rosie up next, 162.5. Woo, that sets her up for a pretty exciting pull, potentially on the third. 182.5 is 402. That's only 20 kilos away.
You send it twice? Do you do it for your second attempt and
No,
leave room in
that's
the...
too much of a jump. You don't want to jump 20 kilos. No, absolutely not.
I don't know.
Her coach is smarter than that. All right, let's go, Rosie.
big thing here for her is going to be patience throughout
Oh,
the
but
pull.
she's like the queen of patience. Ooh,
You
that
sure?
was nice.
You sure?
Oh,
Are you sure that let's see what he puts in. 172. I was just saying it's a possibility. You do it and send it twice. The one nice thing about lifting casts is it lets you kind of see what's going on behind the scenes.
that was nice. That was nice.
All right, Dahlia coming in with a 165 kilo deadlift. Great lift for Dahlia. Maya White coming in with 177.5 kilos, last lifter of Flight C, and then we'll be moving on to second attempts for Flight C. Maya's had a pretty
Woo!
interesting day as
That
well.
was fast.
That was really fast. I think Maya has been sitting. I think Maya's
She was our big bencher.
was our huge bencher.
Let's see, Maya.
All right. So Miss Misinchenko missed her first attempt. Went up 5 kilos, hoping to get this on her second. Ah. 2-1, good lift. All right. Rebecca coming in with 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds. Clean and crispy,
So I think her hands were completely on the smooth part of the bar.
which is terrifying to me.
How
Horrifying.
many deadlifts did you drop before, Brian?
A lot. It used to not be a problem until it was.
That's because you got too strong.
Apparently. And then my hands were like, no, my hands got worse. I started dropping deadlifts that I'd never dropped before.
Did you start lifting with wraps? Or no,
No.
well, not like wraps, but straps.
No. My hands just went full not smart.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And then they got better.
That's a good looking second attempt there for Julie. 130 kilos.
Really clean. Again, you love it when an athlete has clean days on lifts. Like they're really precise, they're really accurate.
Takes a lot of practice to get there.
It does. A lot of practice. It shows how much
And
work you put
most
in.
of the time, other people's opinions too. So like a lot of times, the cleaner lifters you see have hired coaches to help them
Yes.
with their lifts and their technique and building a bigger total, that sort of thing. Unless they themselves are like really great coaches, but
There are very few top-level athletes who don't have a coach. It's not that it's not done, but very few at the tippy top don't have a coach. You know, sometimes it's nice to have an objective outsider look in and go, okay, this is what you need to do, because you won't want to do the things that you don't want to do.
well, and not only that, but like you have somebody that has more experience with different things. So like yes, one person has issues with one thing, but they might have already had experience with 4 other people that have the same technique breakdown, or
Yep.
and so they can go, well, this worked for this person, it might work for you, sort of situation.
Oh,
That was nice. Look at that smile.
consistent. That was a consistently sped deadlift.
That was a national record.
All right, Brooke coming into the 147.5 kilos.
All right, let's go, Brooke. Ready? All right. We have Lauren Helmka up next. 157.5 here for her.
Little simple 10-kilo jump, little 22 pounds. You know, it'd be crazy if anyone took anything more than that. You know, if anyone went like 17.5 kilos, that'd be ridiculous.
As a female, 100%. That would be ridiculous. 17.5. Are you speaking from experience again here, Brian?
What? No. No.
Okay.
Not this time.
Not this time.
Probably. All right, good job, Lauren. Settle in. Shift it a little bit to her left.
Oh, that belt flick was awesome.
Good.
Good lift for her.
Jeanette's up with a national record attempt of 347, same weight on the bar. She's in the submaster division, that's 35 to 39.
Three white lights there. Good lift for Jeanette. That was a national record attempt there. All right. We have Anna up next here. 157.5 kilos. 347 pounds.
When you're on deadlift and you're in flight C and there's 3 lifters in a row the same weight, spotters know they're sneaky. Very sweet. Let's go, Juliana Preston. 347. Second attempt.
All right, come on, Juliana. Wow. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, no lift. Had an unlock on the right knee.
Yeah.
So I saw that right when she got to the top. I figured there was a small part of me that was hoping that the judges wouldn't notice, but you don't always get that lucky.
All right, this is a national record attempt here for Dakota. Let's go.
Solid.
2-1, good lift.
All right.
All right, we got Tatiana up here, 165 kilos, 363 pounds.
$147.5 to 16 and 165 kilo jump. I was being sarcastic. A little bit of a 17.5 kilo jump right there. A little bit of a hitch on that right side, but I don't think it was anything. There we go, 2 to 1. Good lift. Yep. All right, next up, Rosie Arias coming in with 175.5 kilos on the bar.
Let's go, Rosie. 172.5 here for her. Fun second attempt here, maybe set her up. Let's go. All right.
Patience.
Let's go, Rosie.
Broke the floor, lean back again. Sumo is all about patience.
Good.
Yep. All right, Dahlia coming in with 177.5 kilos on the bar. Huge day for a state record holder. All right, after Dahlia gets this, we're moving on to Maya.
391 pounds here. Wow, that was fast.
I think you make an aggressive call with that. I think 7.5 to 10 kilos wouldn't be unreasonable.
Oh, no, easily. Easily need 10 more kilos on that bar.
The other thing is, everybody, whenever we make these comments, we're making things that we think make sense from what we're seeing on the day. Not necessarily, we don't know the on the so yeah. So any call that we make could very well be wrong.
All right, we've got Maya here, 195 kilos on the bar, 429 pounds. Whoa! Oh.
Lost it at the very top. She's got the strength way too fast.
100%.
Way too strong on that one. Way too powerful. She literally walked over here. Coach asked her what happened. She goes, too fast. That was an incredibly fast deadlift, and that was also another 17.5 kilo jump.
Thanks for pointing that out, Brian. So I think something important to note is that was like so fast that I would anticipate they made an aggressive jump for her third attempt, whether she gets it or like. It was too light.
That was so stupid. That was stupid fast. I think that's one of the fastest second attempts I've ever seen.
Well, and so that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Is she's a sumo puller, and it's that kabuki bar, so the whip is more.
It literally pulled her back down.
Fast puller, it pulled her back down.
If you have the opportunity to go back and watch that lift again, you will see that the second that she came up to the top, the bar just straight yanked her.
I mean, about the only thing you can do is squeeze your booty cheeks so hard that hope that it
There's,
goes to the top.
I don't. That's four. That was what
429.
420. Unless you're a super freak athlete, if you move it way too fast, it's still going to pull you forward, which would still take the lift away from you.
I think even if she pulled it conventional, it would have pulled anybody that moved that fast forward.
I think that was such an aggressively. I'm going to be thinking about that deadlift for
that was so fast.
for the next 20 minutes, which is a very long time for me.
people joke about blinking, you missed the lift, but legit,
No.
if you would have blinked just now, you wouldn't have seen it.
That was, wow. That deserves to be on a highlight reel with how fast that was.
Like, I don't even think
That was one of the
the head rep
fastest.
could have given her a down command as fast as she, like
Like, she
locked
reached,
out,
it was
but,
definitely
like,
locked out. There was
yeah.
just no, oh, man, that
that's one of those
sucks.
situations where, like, even if she did, would it have been control on the way down, or would it have been a split second? I don't know. It was so fast.
All right. Nice try, Rebecca. Good job to fight through. Great day.
Great day. All right, we got Julie.
For those of you that stayed to watch that deadlift, please just somebody screenshot that and post it up somewhere for us. Tag speed. Good Lord. All right, Julie coming in with 137.5 on the bar. I think Christy's about to take a look at lifting cast to see what she called.
I am.
All right, keep fighting through for it, Julie. Good job. Great lockout. Again, Julie has been really crisp and clean today on all of her lifts. Experience is what builds an absolute monster total. All right, Becky coming in with 148 kilos on the bar. This is a state record attempt. Not quite there.
Man, there's no worse place to fail as a conventional lifter than mid-shin.
But that's okay. Becky rocked it out on bench. I think she was my favorite bencher for the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I just liked her fight.
Oh, okay.
I like the gumption of it.
The gumption?
The gumption. Don't get me wrong. Ceci's bench was amazing.
Oh, yes. All right, we got Rachel here. National record attempt here at 150 kilos.
I think my favorite lifter from the day might be Maya.
Why?
Went big on bench,
Okay.
and that deadlift is going to be memorable.
Yeah. That deadlift was just so fast.
That was the 507 that Ashley locked out was incredible. That was a great deadlift. But we've seen her do that before.
Correct.
That 440, on the other hand, again, we've seen it before. We know people in the gym who have pulled that regularly, women who have pulled that.
Right.
But that was one of the fastest 440s I think I've ever seen, and that's going to stick with me until the end of the day. I'm not saying that she's the best lifter of the day, but they're competing in two separate categories.
Oh, 100%.
So one of them is
compete.
compete. Correct.
Sleeve.
So it'll be interesting to see how they penalize the wraps. Oh, great job, Brooke. 155 kilos for 3 white lights. Good lift. All right, Jeanette Primer coming up. 162.5 kilos on the bar. Getting the crowd trying to build some hype for her. 5 kilo jump. Crowd's going crazy. Breaks it out the floor, fighting for it. Three white lights lift is good. She's happy. The crowd's happy. I'm happy.
I have goosebumps.
Man, she's got a happy smile right there. That was excitement right there.
Fun.
All right, Flight C is getting close to wrapping up. 7 deadlifts left. I'm just excited to see how this one ends. All right. Anna Preston coming in at 165 kilos on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump. She missed her second attempt due to lockout, actually. Again, her knee unlocked and relocked, which you're not allowed to do. Good smile. 3 white lights, lift is good.
All right, we've got Lauren up here, 167.5, 360.
I like to call that the diver stance. Good fight. Oh, not quite there.
That was there. Oh, she got a little lightheaded. Oh, so this is why we have a back spot.
Lightheaded. Potentially a little unconscious right there.
You take it, Steve.
So one thing that the back spotter and deadlift will do is the second that they catch you, if you're wearing a lever belt, they should pop it for you.
You'll see that on squats too, even sometimes.
Usually on squats, you wait till they're back in the rack, but yeah.
They're back in the rack. Nice looking third attempt deadlift, 170 kilos. Good lift.
Good lift.
All right, we have a national record attempt here for Dakota Courtright. 170 kilos here for her as well.
Dakota, the Phenom Courtright. I feel like we need to come up with something cooler. Oh, she's got the crowd coming up behind her too. The front row is just going crazy for her.
Oh my goodness.
Easy. Big old smile right there. 2-to-1, good lift.
Looks like they cut her on her sides a little bit.
A little bit of a
Little hitchy hitch.
little hitch.
All right, so we're at 180 kilos here for Rosie. That is just shy of 400. 396.8. All right, let's go, Rosie.
She doesn't have her belt latched. Oh, there it is. Some people will latch it. Always get worried whenever I see somebody not latch their belt. All right, come on, Rosie. Just got to be patient here. At least she's going hook grip on this.
She's been. Come on, stick with this, Rosie. Come on, stick with it. Come on.
Nope, pulling her forward. Not quite there. All right, Dahlia coming in next. All right, Dahlia coming in the 100.
Okay, that was not a, that was easy.
The bar. Deadlift specialist right there.
Yeah.
She's a deadlift specialist.
That's pretty.
All right, final attempt. 205 kilos. You missed 155. Not for strength.
Because
But
it
for
was too
speed.
fast. That's what she said as she walked off. She goes, too fast. It's too fast.
So you know what?
This would pull her, if she's successful with this would give her a 488 shot.
I think this is the right call. Typically, I wouldn't.
2.5.
I think this is potentially to win the meet.
Oh, that was more like it. That was good.
There we go. 2-1. Good lift.
All right, we got one more flight here.
All right, Bailey Pullman coming up next. We have I believe, not that many lifters left for the day, not that many attempts left. We have we'll figure it out. I'll map it later.
We have 15 more lifters.
15 more lifters. We're going to dominate today. Absolutely, impeccably. I think this is our heaviest flight. Like the most lifters are in this flight. Wow, that sounded.
No, I think you're right, Brian. I think it's the most people. I mean,
It's also.
the most you can have, but.
It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. Hey. Hey.
Hey.
All right, Bailey's coming in with 105 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Bailey. Platform is ready. And the party's kicking off for these lovely ladies.
All right, we got Macy here, 275 pounds, 125 kilos.
All right, Macy coming in, 125 kilos on the bar. That is one difference between a lever belt and a prong belt. is how easy it is to kind of get locked in on the platform.
Oh yeah, because the prong. Some people have to use a rack to tighten the belt.
There's also the satisfying flick at the end. Just a bloop. Though I will say that I have taken my belt off faster than anyone's knew was possible for a prong belt one time.
But your prong belt's not super stiff.
I know. I purposely chose it that way. I went down in belt size from a 10 millimeter thick to a 6.5. Most people go up. I went down.
Yeah. All right, Emily here, 130 kilos.
Wow. Quick. She's really here to raise the bar. I'm proud of me.
You are proud of you?
All right, Zoe Morris coming up next. 137.5 kilos on the bar.
303 pounds.
Big breath.
Wow. That was a grip it and rip it.
All these ladies are out here just rocking it.
All right, we're setting up 150 kilos, 330 pounds, I'm sorry, for Leslie here.
All of them are making really quick, speedy openers. I believe,
Speedy though.
correct. I believe Leslie's actually a classic rock competitor as well.
That is correct. Per the screen at least.
According to what,
She's registered.
that's what the screen tells us. And the screen doesn't lie. No, that's right. She didn't use a belt, but she used knee wraps.
Yes, that is correct.
Kinsey Von Wick? I'm not sure.
341 pounds, 155 kilos.
Christy's here to just make sure that I stay on track without getting super distracted. Katie Andy's coming in with 160 kilos, being loaded onto the bar.
Quick opener there for Katie.
Good control all the way through.
All right, we got Grace here, 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds here for her.
All right, Grace.
He's got a couple more attempts at that, so.
All right, Alexa's coming in. Alexa's backing up this talk with some deadlifts. Back in. Easy money. Ceci coming in with a national record attempt.
All right, let's go, Sethy.
Easy. Head judge gave a little bit of a stutter start down command.
Her hands are completely on the smooth too.
Incredible.
All right, bars loaded at 175 kilos here for Chelsea. Let's go, Chelsea. That was an easy opener there. Good lift.
All right, Savannah Buskin is coming up next.
All right, Savannah. Let's go. 180 kilos here, 396 pounds. Nice and easy opener there for her. We're at 407.
Bar is loaded
This
for
is
Amber.
a national record here. $185.
Solid opener.
Good lift there for her.
All right.
Another national record here for Kia. 190 kilos, 418 pounds. Let's go, Kaya.
Up, down. 2-1, no lift.
So they're signaling that her shoulders weren't back behind her hips, essentially.
All right, Casey coming up. Bar is loaded for Casey Dye.
Another national record attempt here.
Wow. That was delicately set down.
3 white lights there. I was speedy enough that bar gave her a little bit of whip there at the top. But she was able to control it.
All right, back to the top for Bailey.
Let's go, Bailey. 264 on the second attempt. Good win for Bailey.
The delicate deadlift fight. Flight.
Macy's up next. Henley, you're on deck. Zoe, you're in the hole. Kinsey, 3 out. Leslie, 4. Grace, 5.
So the tangerine ones taste like mimosas. The grape one tastes like Welch's grape soda.
303 pounds to the bar.
You don't like grape Jolly Ranchers either, then, do you?
Same speed all the way through.
All right, we got Emily here, 319 pounds,
Got some
135 kilos.
got some sabotage playing. I love when the music times up with your lifts.
Oh, it's so fun, right? Nothing sets the mood better. See what the judges say there.
2 to
Okay,
1, no
so-
lift.
I'm assuming it's for what yeah, they called her for ramping. So you're not allowed to support the bar on your thighs.
So what's the difference between ramping and hitching, Christy?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not technically, really. I mean, so ramping, I guess you could say, is smoother, whereas hitching is more like a strongman technique to get the bar up. But it's the same rule. You can't support the bar with your thighs, essentially.
Ah, Zoe was excited about that one. Those,
That was a national record attempt, so I'd be excited.
she's fucking beaming. Wow, didn't mean to cuss on that one. Sorry, everybody.
All right, bars loaded here for Kinsey. 160 kilos.
All right, little 5 kilo jump from her first to her second. Easy money. Bar is loaded and ready for Leslie. getting a lot of the ladies with the same little slap on the wrist.
Yeah. But you see a little bit tighter judging here at meets to this level as well, though.
As you should.
Right.
Again, local level meets, I can understand being a little bit more lax, but at regional and national level events,
This is Grace here.
being assertive and dominant with the rules is needed to hold up high standards. No idea what happened on that first one.
I don't either, but that was so much easier. That was good.
On the board with that. Sometimes, again, you're the hammer, sometimes the nail, you're the nail, and sometimes your deadlift is just glued to the floor.
I guess, man.
All right, Katie Andy's coming up next. 167.5 kilos on the bar.
Let's go, Katie.
Easy
Good
money.
there for Katie. All right, Alexis is up next here. 385 pounds, 175 kilos.
Getting close to the end of second attempts, then we'll move on to thirds.
All right, let's go, Alexis. Three-way life there for Alexis. All right, we got Chelsea up here, 185 kilos. That is 407 pounds.
All right, let's go, Chelsea.
She is not wearing a belt, but I do believe she
Written the word belt.
Yeah, I know.
In one words of KK, this is my belt.
All right, we got a national record here for Ceci, 407 pounds. Ceci received a big old back slap from JP over there on the corner.
That heart-stopping big old slappy boy.
Let's go, Ceci. Come on.
The palm of power. Ooh.
That was good.
I think it's a new name for a backslap, the palm of power.
The palm of power.
The palm of power.
Man, you're eating day today. Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, Savannah coming up next. 187.5 kilos on the bar. I mean, keyboard's a little warm.
Good lift there.
Very nice.
Yeah.
She says, okay, I guess I can come get my gear checked.
All right.
Amber Flumerfelt.
197.5 keys.
It's a nice kilo jump.
435 pounds.
Dang.
All right, let's go, Amber. Amber also has the sparkly black belt. Let's go. Come on.
Easy fights through it a little bit.
3 white lights
3
there.
good. We're looking good.
That was
Feeling
good.
good. She's like, I have another attempt to go.
All right, we got a national record here for Kaya.
205.
451.
She missed this on her first attempt due to not being fully locked out, basically at the top.
Shoulders, yeah. There you go.
That
Looks
one looked
better.
a lot cleaner. Much
There you go,
cleaner.
highlights, good. All right, we've got Casey Dye up here. National record attempt here for her, 205 kilograms.
Casey and Kai are trading back and forth, blow for blow on this one.
Pretty much, yeah.
Great job.
So,
All right, Macy coming in at 145 kilos, about to round out the day. Bar is loaded for Macy. Nicolite. All right. Macy settling her feet in.
so while Casey and Kaya are both in the same weight class, they're both in the 125. Kaya is in the full power, and Casey did full power and push pull. However, Casey did not lock in a squat attempt. So, hypothetically, they're both pulling. They're not necessarily competing against one another. One's doing the full power record, and the other one is doing the push pull record.
That would have been fun, though.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble there, Brian.
I was excited. I thought they were going blow for blow. That was pretty fun. I mean, they still kind of are.
Yeah, so Kaya is she chose 215.5 and Casey chose 220 as her third and final.
Zoe Morris locks it out solidly. 3 white lights. Lift is good.
Oh,
She's
she's so
even
happy.
doubly
You can't
excited.
see it.
That was just pure joy right there. All right, bar is loaded for Emily. I like how
Oh, stick with it. Walk it all the way out.
3 white lights.
white
Lift
lights.
is good.
That's where that baby powder comes in handy. She's getting stuck on her thighs.
Oh, for sure. So one thing, I don't know if we actually talked about baby powder that much. Like
I
why
haven't.
I haven't talked about why we use it in powerlifting, or why we use chalk.
So chalk makes things sticky, and baby powder makes things anti-sticky.
Now, if you're really, really, really new to the sport, and all you see is white powder on people's legs, some people assume it's chalk, and so they put sticky on their legs and make their deadlifts harder.
And if you see a bucket of baby powder and it's like a bin to put your baby powder on, some people might think that that's actually chalk when they're
And
getting
so
ready to
you put baby
deadlift.
powder on your hands and chalk on your legs, and that's a
So-
recipe for good body,
Oh, look at that
Kenzie.
bite. So Brian is speaking from experience for himself, while
No, oddly enough, that's the
really-
one mistake that I've never made.
Oh. I actually stopped a girl from using baby powder on her hands at my first meet. She was going to use baby powder instead of chalk on her hands.
Honestly, I kind of would have just let it happen to see what happened.
I'm not that kind of a
You're not.
person.
You're a much nicer person than I am. We know. But I just kind of would. I'd like to see what would happen at least.
Yes, she was my competition, but I had already beaten her for the day, so it didn't really matter.
All right, Grace is up. That 167 second attempt flew.
So let's see this 172.5 here.
Oh, let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, no lift.
No.
Started to drop it before.
Yeah. All right, we got Katie Andes up here. 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds.
All right, Katie Andes, 172.5 on the bar. Solid deadlift.
I'd say that was a solid third.
Yeah. All right, Leslie coming up with 175 kilos on the bar. She missed this on her second attempt. Actually, she missed 165 on her second attempt. I think due to the ramp hitch situation.
Yeah. Maybe she wouldn't put more baby powder on her thighs in between attempts.
Maybe.
You can definitely do that.
Might as well. As long as you don't put chalk on your thighs, I think you'll be fine. There are some people in the gym, like when they're in the gym, they'll actually use deodorant.
That is not technically legal. for
Correct.
meats,
It
though.
is not illegal in meats, but it's just interesting to see,
It's
like,
cleaner. I do it.
so
time
much
to time.
cleaner.
Yeah, it's
Just-
easy. It stays on longer.
Just like liquid chalk. Sometimes it's easier. So one thing that they're doing right now is there was either blood or something on the bar, and so they cleaned it off. And in doing so, they made the bar a little bit slicker, so they reapplied chalk to soak up all the moisture on the bar itself. Got to make sure you activate them hips, activate them glutes.
Right. And moved really fast till she got to the lockout point. All right. All right, we've got Alexis up here, state record attempt.
All right.
182.5.
Today's been a really good day for powerlifting, I think. Getting to see some fun deadlifts, some great energy. Fight for it.
Woo!
We'll see what the judges have to say. Knees looked a little soft to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Ceci's coming up with a 4:14 for a national record attempt.
They chipped it.
They chipped the national record attempt. It's a great day. Again, the palm of power is coming out.
The palm of power.
It sounds awesome, doesn't
The
it?
palm of power.
The power palm. The powerlifting palm of power.
The 3 Ps. All right, let's go, Ceci.
So different athletes get hyped in different ways. Ceci responds to back slaps. Some athletes respond to ammonia and music. And
Sometimes you respond to both.
sometimes you respond to both, and sometimes you don't respond to anything.
Stick with it. Come on.
Ooh, let's see what the judges have to say.
3
Three white lights. Lift is good. All right. I think we've got Savannah Buskiness coming up. 192.5 kilos on the bar. Little 5-kilo jump.
All right. State record attempt here, 192.5 kilos for Savannah. 424 pounds.
Big
Oh,
old smile right there. You love a big old smile.
There's a lot of baby powder in there.
Breathing it in.
My
I already feel
contacts
pregnant. Sorry, what were you saying about your contacts?
My contacts are feeling the baby powder. All right, we got Chelsea, 197.5, state record attempt.
Some big old pulls. She doesn't need no belt.
No, I love this. Judges say
3 white lights, lift is
deadlift.
good. Checker belt.
All right,
All right.
Amber up here, 205 kilos. National record here. Let's go, Amber. Come on.
All right, 205 kilos on the bar.
Stick with it.
Oh, come on. Oh, no,
All right.
not quite there. Moral victory, yes. Counting meat, no.
So when Brian was asking the difference between hitching and ramping earlier, that would be a great example
That
of
would
what
be.
a lot of people call hitching,
Yes.
where you use the bar to bounce you up your thighs.
I just call that kicking it. The little stutter step, the little pump brake to get it up. All right. Woo! Coming in with 215.5 pounds on the bar.
All right. 475 pounds here for Kaya.
This is where the energy comes in. This is where the hype goes. Wow, broke the floor so fast.
Stick with it.
Come on, put your shoulders back, girl. Oh,
All
yeah.
right, see what the judges say here.
The 3 white lights lift is good. Those are some happy tears right there.
Yes.
Ooh. Casey died 227.5.
Ooh. Another 500-pound deadlift.
This is 501, our second 500 deadlift.
All right, let's go, Casey.
All right, everybody. Let's get loud behind your computer.
Let's go, come on.
Oh.
Uh,
I think you just pulled her forward a little bit.
yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
She might have got a little lightheaded.
I think so.
That happens.
Maybe. Anyway, thank you guys so much for joining us for this meet.
We had fun with you guys
We
today.
had a great time today. We're going to have a great time tomorrow and a great time on Sunday.
That is correct.
We're going to have proper sleep, proper hydration, laughter, tears, beers, all of the above.
Tomorrow is
Mostly lightweight men.
okay.
So join us then.
I'm gonna assume A. Joseph Mahler is our first lifter for tomorrow.
I'm going to assume that A. Joseph Noller is as well.
All right,
Mahler,
guys.
wow.
See you all tomorrow.
See you all
Have a
tomorrow.
great
Thank you
night.
guys so much.